a distant second.
Rightly or wrongly, chaos follows him.
And she told Martha and Brett at her Fox town hall in Iowa on Monday,
I will defeat President Trump fair and square. I don't need anybody throwing him off the ballot to do it.
Now, Haley says she hopes those Trump disqualification attempts fail in court. The former U.S. ambassador to the UN trails Ron DeSantis in some Iowa polls, but is second in New Hampshire. A CNN UNH poll this week has Haley just 7 points behind the former president.
So in a lot of people's minds in this country, he has a quasi sort of incumbency, and that's a powerful thing to run against. I think when, back when Haley and DeSantis and the others decided they were going to get into this, they did not anticipate that the impact of all of these legal challenges would give him so much more leverage in this position. So they are definitely contending for a strong second place, and I think it's important that voters have that alternative, given the sea of legal morass that the former president is headed into. So it's going to get more interesting by the day, even given the huge gulf between poll position 1 and 2 at this point.
Now, even if Nikki Haley finished in third in Iowa, she does have a lot of, polling success so far in New Hampshire. Ron DeSantis doesn't really have that. He has said there will be a seismic, he even predicts a possible victory in Iowa. But what if that doesn't happen, Martha?
A lot depends on support, right? Donor support, money for ads in these places. Those are the soft spots that we always look to see when the foundation is crumbling underneath a candidate. And we're going to be watching those very closely in the coming weeks. And we'll see what happens with DeSantis and with Haley. And, they're right to point out that we haven't seen anybody actually vote yet. And that's going to change.
It's also not unprecedented, though, for someone to drop out after Iowa. It does happen.
Not at all.
Yeah,
it does happen. And DeSantis, Iowa is very important for him. There's no doubt about it. So, and Haley, New Hampshire is very important for her. And then she heads to her home state, where she's very far behind former President Trump at this point. So there's a lot to unravel in this story. So that's what makes it really exciting to cover.
Since you've been in Iowa, Vivek Ramaswamy is still out there campaigning hard there. He was, months ago, in a much better position in these Fox Power rankings. He keeps falling down. He and Christie in the 5 and, in that 4 and 5 spot. Christie's not really paying attention to Iowa. New Hampshire's important for him. What about Vivek, and where is he for Iowa?
I think that he's a candidate who garnered a lot of attention from certain parts of the conservative world. I think younger people remain very interested in him. We'll see if he would need to really pull out a number that is unanticipated. He's worked very hard in Iowa, and he's been to all 99 counties, and yesterday he was touting his ability to get around in this huge snowstorm and continue his calendar. So he's giving it a real college try, and we'll see.
But I think a lot of people will be hearing and wanting to see what the former president has to say at this town hall tonight, because he probably has more to lose than gain. Would you agree?
Well, I think that's why you're seeing him engage in the town hall format. He has said that he doesn't want to participate, hasn't participated in any of the debates, which, of course, I think a lot of people would have liked to have seen, and the other candidates would like to have seen, but he made it pretty clear that wasn't the venue he was going to do. But we're certainly appreciative of the fact that he's stepping into the news realm at Fox and sitting down with the two of us and the voters in the audience, and we look forward to it.
That'll be at 9 p.m. Eastern tonight. Former president, the town hall on Fox News Channel from Iowa with Bret Baier and also Martha MacCallum, executive editor. And you can watch her on The Story with Martha MacCallum on TV and the Untold Story podcast with Martha MacCallum. And, of course, tonight. Martha, thanks very much for joining us.
Thank you, Dave. Always good to talk to you.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It seems like everywhere you look right now, someone is sick. This year, prepare your family for airborne invaders like bacteria, pollen, and yes, germs with Navage Nasal Care. Navage flushes ultra-pure, refreshing saline in one nostril, around the back of the nose, and out of the other nostril. Navage sucks out viruses, dust, and other airborne particles, all the stuff that gets trapped in your nose, making you miserable. Don't get caught empty-handed this winter. Get Navage, the drug-free solution that helps you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier. Even better, Navage is HSA, FSA eligible, so Navage is a great way to spend those funds before they expire. Don't wait a minute longer. Buy Navage today and you'll breathe easier knowing you're putting your funds to good use. Navage is available online at Navage.com or Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E. Clean nose, healthy life.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Don't miss a special edition of the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 8:30. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show at a special time, this Saturday night at 8:30 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken held talks with top Israeli leaders as the UN reports the war in Gaza has killed more than 23,000 people. And amid controversy over his secretive hospitalization, doctors revealed that Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin was being treated for prostate cancer and serious intestinal complications.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who specialize in saving the day and for the ones who've mastered the art of keeping business moving. We offer industrial-grade supplies for every industry with same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, all backed by real people ready to help. So you can get the right answers and products right when you need them. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Don't miss a special edition of Your Radio Doctor with Dr. Marianne Ritchie this Saturday at noon. Listen for accurate information so you can make the right medical decisions. Your Radio Doctor at a special time this Saturday at noon on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Look through your children's eyes and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too.
Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and experiences connect through conversation, and it feels good.
This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too.
Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together. Start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/one small step. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown. Good morning. It's Wednesday, January 10th, 2024. I'm Ted Linder. This is the Fox News Rundown. Two of the top challengers to former President Trump squaring off in a debate tonight, days before the Iowa caucuses.
Former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis are the only two participating in the final Republican debate before Monday's Iowa caucuses. Entrepreneur and author Vivek Ramaswamy failed to meet polling thresholds. Haley and DeSantis are increasing criticism and attacks of each other as polling shows the two locked in a dead heat in Iowa, though both are well behind former President Trump, who is not participating in the CNN debate despite qualifying. New Fox News power rankings show Haley's campaign surging in both Iowa and New Hampshire. Jared Halpern, Fox News.
The mother of former First Lady Melania Trump has died. Trump posting on her X account in part, quote, "Is with deep sadness that I announced the passing of my beloved mother, Amalia. Amalia Nabs was 78. I'm Ted Linder on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Rick Cioli, afternoons 3 to 7, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
I'm not overly romanticized with things like statues, but I don't understand the obsession with wanting to yank down things.
If they try to take down the Billy Penn statue...
They're coming for that one, then.
Watch out.
What's the reasoning for this? Because he owned slaves?
Not inclusive enough. It's amazing to me is every time they go on these little crusades about inclusivity, you automatically create exclusivity.
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Station WPHT AM, an equal opportunity employer, is dedicated to providing broad outreach regarding job vacancies at this station. We seek the help of local community organizations in referring qualified applicants to our station. Community organizations that wish to receive our vacancy information should contact Lisa Morton at WPHT AM by calling 215-234-2400. In addition, all listeners are encouraged to visit odysseyinc.com/careers for an online listing of job openings at all Odyssey radio stations.
Attention taxpayers. If you or your business owe the IRS back taxes or have years of unfiled tax returns, the IRS has green-lighted billions of dollars in tax relief to those facing financial hardship through its tax relief initiatives. If you have a delinquent tax problem and possibly facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or already in a payment plan, you may now qualify for significant relief. Qualifying and enrolling in this program could stop all collections, settle your tax problem, and may even reduce what you owe by up to 99%. Call the hotline at Tax Help USA to see if you qualify by dialing 800-210-1005. If you or your business owe at least $10,000 in back taxes to the IRS or state, you can now get the help that you need during these hard economic times. Call Tax Help USA to get your free tax assessment to see what you qualify for by dialing 800-210-1005. 800-210-1005. 800-210-1005. Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. In the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. The ugly truth is when you buy a timeshare, you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. I recently helped a couple that had their maintenance fees go from $800 to $3,200 a year. They also received a $4,000 assessment for a hurricane that was over 1,000 miles away. Sound crazy? The crazy thing is this never ends. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. Call 800-329-2121. That's 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at CISA.gov/secure our world for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Thank you! Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
Calling on North Wales to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
The markets open later this morning, looking to bounce back from a slightly down week. Wall Street's worst since Halloween. The Dow lost nearly 0.6% last week, while the S&P 500 lost just over 1.5%, and the Nasdaq lost 3.25%. The indices were all up Friday after a stronger than expected jobs report. The Labor Department says there were 216,000 jobs created last month, more than expected, while the unemployment rate held steady at 3.7%. The forecast had been for 170,000 new jobs. And on Sunday, China announced sanctions on 5 American defense-related companies in response to U.S. arms sales to Taiwan and U.S. sanctions on Chinese companies and individuals. However, those sanctions are mostly symbolic, since American defense companies normally don't sell to China. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
What happened Friday night, shortly after an Alaska Airlines flight took off from Portland, Oregon, is something no one on that plane will ever forget.
I knew there was a sense of a boom. I don't know if I felt that or heard it.
Vicki Krebs and her 2 young grandchildren were sitting several rows in front of where a piece of the jet, described as a door or door plug, blew off at 16,000 feet. Her body thrown forward, then backward in her seat.
The oxygen masks fall, and the pilot is on saying this is an emergency. We've experienced decompression.
They made it back to Portland for an emergency landing. But that particular Alaska Airlines jet, a Boeing 737 MAX 9, had already been flagged for restricted use, avoiding long-haul flights over water after warning lights from the cabin pressure system on previous flights. White House spokeswoman Karine Jean-Pierre telling reporters yesterday,
We are glad to have seen that we're relieved that all passengers and crew are safe. The FAA's priority is always keeping Americans safe. That is most important.
She also says President Biden believes it's safe to fly, echoing reassurance from the chair of the National Transportation Safety Board, Jennifer Homendy.
Our aviation system is incredibly safe. It is incredibly safe. The most dangerous part of your trip is going to and from the airport in your vehicle.
NTSB investigators have the piece that blew out, found a few days later in a science teacher's yard in Oregon. And as their probe continues, so do inspections of MAX 9 jets, which were all grounded after the blowout. United Airlines, the only other airline operating that model in the U.S., announcing that loose parts had been found during its inspections. Worldwide, Boeing MAX 8 and 9 planes were grounded before for nearly 2 years after 2 deadly MAX 8 crashes that killed more than 300 people and led to changes in an automated flight control system and FAA certification policies. On Friday, no one was sitting in the seats right next to the piece that ripped off, leaving a gaping hole in the fuselage.
I wouldn't say surprised initially.
Charlie Pereira is a former NTSB accident investigator, now senior aerospace engineer and president of Transportation Safety and Security Consulting.
Surprised now, once we're starting to get information on what it was and how it came to be, especially since, the 737 MAX MCAS issues that we've had with Lion Air and Ethiopian Airlines, which I've been heavily involved in the last couple years, representing plaintiffs on that. I'm just really surprised that once again, we appear to have a very significant, what I would call a safety defect with the 737 MAX.
And those previous issues were really software related, correct? Whereas this time it's the plane itself. It's these door plugs that are the focus after one door plug blew off this Alaska Airlines flight. What is a door plug? Why is it even a thing? What are they? How long have they been using them in the airline industry?
In this particular configuration, there were some airlines that wanted more seats and thus required another emergency exit. And their way of handling it was, install the emergency exit on those. And then for people that didn't want to have the emergency exit, presumably because of the extra cost and maintenance cost of having an emergency exit, they elected to put a plug in. And this is where the problem starts.
Pereira, again a former NTSB investigator, not part of the current probe, calls into question the design of that piece, the way it's attached to the plane, including the type of bolts used. It's also not clear yet whether any bolts were missing at the time of the blowout. But he says an airplane mechanic would expect a safety wire feature on bolts to help prevent them from coming out of a hole. No matter which fasteners were used on this jet, I wondered if all the other MAX 9s would use the same design, or if that becomes part of the NTSB investigation.
Well, obviously, it is part of the NTSB investigation, but I think there's a fairly high confidence level that all of them are this way. They don't, it would be yet another safety problem if we had some MAX airplanes that had safety wires and some didn't. That might sound better for those airplanes that had the wire, but overall it would indicate even more anomalous production and manufacturing and inspection problems at Boeing if only some of them got the safety wires and some of them didn't.
Well, I guess part of what I'm getting at here, is it up to the airline or is it up to Boeing? When
it's up to Boeing on the manufacturer. It should come like that. Like, this airplane is only a couple months old and hasn't been, that I'm aware of, subject to any heavy maintenance yet. So everything that's in the airplane should have been as installed by Boeing and their subcontractors during initial production. So, I've talked to some of my other aviation accident investigator and safety expert friends of mine since this happened, and we're all relatively shocked that we're not seeing any safety wires in the photos, and that we're hearing that subsequent inspections of other airplanes are finding other loose bolts and backed out bolts. That's just unacceptable. You don't design and manufacture what we call a Part 25 transport category airplane without a blind bolt like that being safetied in some configuration such that it cannot physically back out. That's just unfathomable to me that could happen.
The loose parts that you referenced have been found during inspections that have happened after these jets were grounded because of this blowout. Should they be doing more than grounding and inspecting planes? For instance, is a future, ban on door plugs coming?
I don't think there's going to be a future ban on anything as a result of this. I just think that the FAA needs to get off its butt as a regulator and make sure that this kind of stuff doesn't happen. If you make a mistake in aviation engineering, You don't get to pull over to the side of the road and say, boy, that was a close one. You know, the airplane falls out of the sky and everybody dies. I'm just getting worried that this continuing string of safety issues that we're seeing, you know, from an intentional deception and poor engineering on Boeing's part on the MCAS. And now we don't know the whole story yet, but on this plug design, fastening design, it's some form of gross negligence on the part of Boeing and its subcontractors, and initially, and then the FAA for allowing it to get past them and into production and into revenue Part 121 operation. And it's by the grace of God that nobody was sitting in that row, and that the airplane wasn't at 41,000 feet, you know, going even faster than it was, and minus 30 or minus 50 degrees outside air temperature. Because if that plug had popped open in that environment, it may have crystallized all the lungs of the passengers before they had a chance to get their oxygen masks on. And if the flight crew wasn't on the ball, it may have even crystallized their lungs, and we'd have lost the whole airplane.
Just a horrifying thought, to be sure.
Yeah, because safety wire, which is one of the most basic safety tenets of aviation for bolts like this, has been around for almost the entire history of aviation. And for them not to incorporate that in this plug fastening design is just sad and incredible.
Just to be clear, though, the FAA has to sign off on all aspects of design for an airplane maker?
Yes, ma'am. You do what's called certification of the airplane, and the manufacturer submits a certification package to the FAA, and the FAA is supposed to review the entire thing and approve it. Now, they have what's called designated engineering representatives, DERs, which is a form of delegation of those responsibilities to a member of the manufacturing team that has been certified to act as a representative of the FAA. There's been a lot of criticism of the DER program over the past couple of decades for failures like this, where the FAA blames it on a DER and points the finger and says it's not our problem. Well, the DER is the FAA. You have certified this individual to act as your representative, and without adequate, you know, research of that individual in advance and continuing oversight of him, you know, you've not done your job as the FAA, regardless of whether you've delegated your authority or not.
It may be a bit too soon for this next question, but how likely is it that this issue could end up affecting more types of planes beyond the 737 MAX 9?
I would like to think that other manufacturers would see this and go, whoa, let's check our stuff. Hey, guys, send it out an email to everybody. Let's make sure we didn't do anything dumb like this in our fleet as well.
The NTSB chair, Jennifer Homendy, has offered reassurance to passengers about the safety of air travel. What would you say to people who aren't so sure about that anymore, especially given the problems already laid bare in recent years, even with staffing, which includes the number of air traffic controllers?
It's unquestioned that aviation is statistically safer than other forms of transportation, especially highway. This is evidence that we still have a ways to go. And it's incredibly thankful that nobody was sitting in those seats and that it wasn't at a higher altitude and a higher speed in a colder environment when this happened. So I think we should all count this one as a blessing and learn from it and continue to improve Boeing's processes. And the airlines need to learn from this also. If you have multiple decompression warnings on an airplane, don't just push it to the back burner and only fly it over the ground. How about maybe we take that airplane out of line operations until Boeing figures out what the actual problem is? That would have been a safer approach and would have saved these people from getting the scare of their lives.
Former NTSB investigator Charlie Pereira, thank you so much for your time.
You're welcome.
Wake up with Kayal and Company, mornings 6 till 10, Talk Radio 1210.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
If you haven't switched to Metashare yet, two big reasons to at least consider it and why it makes so much sense right now. Number one is inflation, which is just affecting everything. it just makes sense to say, okay, where can I actually save? Well, you can save a lot in one fell swoop if you switch to Medishare. The typical family saves $500 a month. Secondly, your conscience. Medishare members aren't forced to pay for things they don't support or believe in, and that's a big deal for a lot of people right now. They want their money to actually help people. And one more reason, you can trust Medishare. It's been the gold standard for healthcare sharing for more than 30 years. It works, and members love it, too. It has double the member satisfaction rating compared to health insurance. So now's a great time to consider making the switch, and they are very easy to talk to. Medishare has great customer service. You can call now and get a price within 2 minutes. Here's the number. It's 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE, 855-51-BIBLE.
Major phone carriers make you sign contracts with rigid data plans to trap you into a kind of forced phonogamy. Sounds pretty insecure if you ask me. At Consumer Cellular, we believe in a more consensual and healthy form of phonogamy, free of contracts and more flexible to your data needs. This way, you stick around not because we force you to with contracts and fees, but because you love our phone plans. Like ardently love our phone plans. Phonogamously. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Don't miss a special edition of Good News in Real Estate with Mark Humberland and Deanne Kitsaris this Saturday night at 9:30. Find out why it's still a great time to buy or sell a home. Listen to a special edition of Good News in Real Estate this Saturday night at 9:30.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. Resolve to recycle more. Recycle paper, bottles, and cans directly, and recycle old clothes by donating them. When we each share one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
The YMCA is just a starting line. For the true self blooms only when we find our purpose, what makes us tick below the surface. My why is diversity and unity, a safe space in my community, living with sincerity, giving every day my everything. With my why, I stand strong, seen and supported all along. It's a million faces in a mirror and everyone belongs. Find your why. Learn more at ymca.org for a better us.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. The Pentagon now revealing why Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin was hospitalized. Fox's Peter Ducey.
The official line is that President Biden didn't find out that Austin had prostate cancer and was being treated for it until only about an hour before the rest of the public did. So the administration does have a credibility issue.
U.S. and U.K. forces say they shot down 21 drones and missiles fired by Yemen's Houthi rebels yesterday into the South Red Sea. And Pentagon Press Secretary Major General Pat Ryder.
Operation Prosperity Guardian is bringing together more than 20 nations to help safeguard international commerce and mariners that are transiting the Red Sea. We will continue to work very closely with those partners to help deter by presence, but also helping to safeguard those ships that are transiting.
America's listening to Fox News.
Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The Tennessee Titans fired head coach Mike Vrabel after 6 seasons. The Titans have lost 18 of their last 24 games. The Pittsburgh Steelers will stick with Mason Rudolph as starting quarterback heading to the playoffs. The Chicago Cubs have reached a contract agreement with Japanese pitcher Shota Imanaga. Miami Heat head coach Eric Spoelstra has agreed to an 8-year contract extension worth a record $120 billion. Golden State Warriors forward Draymond Green has vowed to control his on-court emotions. Green recently served a 12-game suspension, and Iowa State's down second-ranked Houston 57-53. Cougars lost for the first time this season. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Bob Mortale, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Transparency is in short supply in today's NFL. Things were already headed in that direction before the 2020 pandemic, but when COVID-19 forced the league to shut off the majority of media availability, the league looked around and decided, well, this is nice. Players and coaches now go so far out of their way to not say anything that they come across as almost unbelievable at times. The game has lost some of its human element, instead heading into a robotic direction that keeps NFL headquarters happy, but doesn't do much to endear players and teams to their fans. I will never crush a player or coach for being raw and honest after a game, even if they say something they probably shouldn't, because the league needs more of that honesty and fewer empty phrases mixed with a healthy dose of stringing together words that don't really say anything. Speak your mind and fans just may respond favorably. I'm Chad Withrow with Outkick 360 and Outkick.com on the Fox News Rundown.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean. Of course I use Mr. Clean Magic Eraser to clean tough messes off my stovetop and bathtub. But then I discovered I can also use it to easily clean my patio furniture and even my shoes. I'm hooked.
And when wipes won't cut it, I use Magic Eraser Sheets. They're thin and flexible erasers, perfect for everyday messes, like gunk on my counters and sinks. They really are magical.
The reviews are in. Mr. Clean Magic Eraser and Sheets make cleaning look easy.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Need to hire quality candidates fast? You need Indeed. Their video interview tool makes it easy and effortless to meet with candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Time for your Fox News commentary.
David Marcus.
What's on your mind?
Back in March, I posited the classic question from the film Office Space to the diversity, equity, and inclusion departments of our nation's companies. What would you say you do here? Almost a year later, and arguably for the first time in its decades-long history, the purveyors of privilege theory in the workplace, their backs to the wall, have no choice but to tackle this question head-on. A perfect storm has erupted after Claudine Gay, former president of Harvard, as well as champion and beneficiary of DEI, was found to have been guilty of a Giza-sized pyramid of plagiarism and forced to resign. This comes at a time when across the business landscape, more and more companies are ditching their identity-driven DEI departments, both to save money and because it isn't terribly clear what value they provide. It is before this backdrop that billionaire Dallas Mavericks owner Mark Cuban, in gleaming white armor, took to social media to defend progressive diversity programs. In response to fellow billionaire Elon Musk posting quite reasonably on his platform X that DEI is, quote, discrimination on the basis of race, end quote, and therefore racist, Cuban tried to make a practical argument for the programs. Quote, good businesses look where others don't to find the employees that will put your business in the best possible position to succeed. You may not agree, but I take it as a given that there are people of various races, ethnicities, orientation, etc., that are regularly excluded from hiring consideration. By extending our hiring search to include them, we can find people that are more qualified, end quote. One must grant that this is a positive and, if accurate, persuasive argument for DEI. So persuasive, in fact, that one wonders why programs providing such great value are being disbanded so quickly. But there is, alas, a fatal flaw here because, in fact, companies that have DEI departments do not hire substantially more non-white employees, as Cuban claims. Axios attempted this week to argue that businesses without DEI programs lack diversity. But when you look at the study the outlet cites from Revelio Labs, you see that firms with DEI hire non-white workers 40.1% of the time, while those without do so at a rate of 36.4%. That chasm isn't exactly a Grand Canyon of workplace discrimination. So it turns out that Cubans' enlightened self-interest is neither very enlightened nor particularly self-interested, since businesses that don't pay millions for diversity seminars are still benefiting from diversity. Cuban is concerned that we will throw the baby of positive diversity out with the woke bathwater of DEI, and not entirely without reason. The American workforce did not arrive at its current laudable levels of diversity completely organically. This was a choice our society made. From the mid to late 20th century, legislative and social pressure not only diversified hiring and advancement, but dispelled stereotypes about aptitude. All in all, it was a success. The problem with DEI as practiced in our boardrooms today is its Orwellian orthodoxy. It serves only itself. But doing away with the performative and confessional conventional DEI programs and seminars does not mean that a commitment to diversity should be ignored or abandoned. We should celebrate diversity, or more specifically, we should celebrate that the Americans who came before us were dedicated to an equality of opportunity that in its due course will always produce diversity. What everyone on all sides of this argument should agree on is that the ultimate goal is a society in which diversity occurs organically. Some people think we're already there. Some think we will never get there. And most think we're somewhere on the way. Beyond the slings and jibes, the social media zingers and ringing accusations of racism hurled by all sides, there is a way forward here, one that requires listening to each other respectfully and deciding exactly what kind of society and country we want to be. Hopefully, one that is always seeking, if not always attaining, a more perfect union.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Are you a business owner in need of financing? Then you need Swish Funding, the better way to get the funding you need. Our simple application process takes just minutes, with funding as soon as one business day. At Swish Funding, we focus on your business cash flow, not your personal credit score. And we're ready to help with funding from $5,000 to $5 million. If you've been in business for 1 year and have monthly revenue of at least $25,000, you could get the affordable funding you need with no collateral at swishradio.com. That's SWISH radio.com.
Millions of Americans are losing their medical assistance or Medicaid coverage. If this affects you, Independence Blue Cross can help. You may be eligible to enroll in a health plan for as little as $0 a month. With Independence Blue Cross, you get the largest provider network in the area, including most Keystone First doctors and hospitals. We also offer free 24/7 telemedicine, coverage for hospital stays and prescriptions. See if you qualify for $0 health insurance and enroll today. Call Independence Blue Cross at 1-844-464-2583 or visit ibx.com/staycovered.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, over 3 million people called Morgan & Morgan in their time of need. And with over 1 million of those calls coming from previous clients, friends, and family.
My name is Rita Fowler. I was in the car actually relaxing. I was talking to my sister, and all of a sudden, boom, the car hit us. I wound up actually having a stroke. And that's when I decided to call Morgan & Morgan. The whole operation, everything they did from day one, it was self-explanatory. It was text messages, it was emails. It was a no-brainer. When you think that hiring a lawyer is hard, you haven't called Morgan & Morgan.
Thank you for trusting us. We've become the largest injury firm in the world because we've won a lot. The word is out. Size matters. Reputation matters. We're America's largest injury law firm for a reason. With over 900 dedicated attorneys and climbing, we're ready wherever you are, whatever you need. The choice is easy. We're just a phone call away. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marbany Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Have you had a service technician out recently from one of the large private equity-owned HVAC companies? Did they tell you to replace equipment you thought was working fine? Did you know that their service technicians have quotas that they either meet or get fired? Whoops, that was a secret. Here's another secret. My 70-year-old family-owned company does not have quotas. My guys are there to fix, not sell, and that's why you can trust us. Contact us now at marvinycans.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Wednesday, January 10th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210 is the phone number. Twitter and Instagram, the radio station at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenslin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Anthony Dorenzo, Phil Almquist, our associate producers. Sloppy, wet Wednesday. Did everybody sleep well last night with that howling wind?
No.
Hello, Dawn. How are you?
Hello.
So you got, what, like 90 minutes of sleep last night?
I know. And Buddy Boy, you know, if you have a dog, the dog is all nervous.
Mm-hmm.
And they feel it coming.
Oh, they know it's in the air. They're more accurate than the actual weatherman.
That's so true.
They have a higher success rate.
It's so true.
Gregory, how are you?
Schools are closed. There's some schools closed today.
Yes.
No way.
Yes. And delays.
Oh, jeez.
My son's school is opening an hour later. Like, what are we doing?
I mean, I came from Bluebell. I saw a couple of puddles. There were a few trees that were kind of
no, you
fallen.
guys, there are flooded roads.
Yeah.
The problem is
Kelly
that
Drive is closed, right? Because of flooding.
Kelly, Lincoln Drive.
Yeah.
So if you
I
live in the
understand,
city,
but, like,
if you live in the city, it's actually tougher than if you live in Bluebell or out in the burbs.
What are we doing? What are we doing?
Always an excuse not to do something.
We don't get snow anymore, so they're like, okay, rain.
I know.
What can we close?
Somebody's
Rain.
always under attack. Threats to democracy, weather. Oh, my God. It's too hot for school. It's too wet. There's too much snow.
Unless the school is flooded, they should be there at start time.
Get your ponchos, get your umbrellas, and buck up.
Yeah.
Buttercup. We got a lot of good things to get to this morning.
My sons are like, please, please. You know, it's like a new snow day.
I will admit, I used to love the 2-hour delay as a kid. That was glorious.
I hated the 2-hour delay.
Did you really?
It was like a tease.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
My
Like,
mom would be like, yeah, you could sleep in till about 7:45 instead of 6:15. You got a delay. I'm like, yeah.
No, it was a tease. I would have rather had the day off.
Well, yes. But sometimes beggars can't be choosers. Shorter day's still better when you're 12. We've got a big take on a very, very forgetful Tony Fauci. That's coming up this morning. We will recap Trump's day in court. Also, Elon Musk delivering on his word to make Twitter, now known as X, a town hall where all viewpoints are welcomed, as we have the return of...
I'm Don Lemon, and you will respect me. You will watch me.
That is correct.
Oh, boy.
Don Lemon making his return to social media with a new show. We will tell you about that.
Isn't it funny, too, the congratulations from Tucker Carlson? Yeah. Remember those two going after each other? It's all pro wrestling, people. These people don't really hate each other. Stop falling for it.
Don, you better keep your mouth closed.
I hate this person. I hate this person. No, you don't. Stop.
Mm-hmm. It's all about attention. We also have more Epstein information and why one aspiring president might not want to be in the company of one individual. Just a bit of advice from yours truly. And we have cut sheet drama this morning as well. But before we get to all of that, let's get to the news. I'm sure there is plenty to delve into. 6:05, round number one, the great Dawn Stenslin.
And good morning. I hope you're making your way into work or school safely. We are sponsored this morning by Tommy D's Home Improvement. There are too many school closings and delays for me to say all of them, but especially I noticed Abington, Bucks County, Chester County, hard hit. We have, in total, more than 100,000 people without power this morning. So those high winds knocking down power. So we do have road closures, flooding, and the deal here is that powerful rainstorm with high winds that struck us last night, it's not over, and we'll talk about that. So water along Kelly Drive, Midvale Avenue, the Schuylkill River has spilled over its banks, and it is forecast to crest around 7 o'clock this morning. So TikTok, less than an hour. And that's part of what city officials are watching. So Kelly Drive flooded beyond City Avenue and Roosevelt Boulevard bridges, dump trucks, because I did, of course, you know me, I left early and then I had to go that way just to see if the big dump trucks are there, bright headlights, so can't go that way. And then Falls Bridge, they're just keeping drivers away. Lincoln Drive shut down. Part of Ridge, I made my way on Ridge, so you can get on Ridge. Schuylkill River, though, expected to rise to about a foot below major flood stage this morning, and that's why that 7 a.m. hour, that's why that's critical. And then it starts to recede this afternoon. So police are monitoring, obviously, several hot spots that are prone to flooding. We know the usual suspects, if you will: River Road in Roxborough, Main Street in Manioc, Kelly Drive, Cobbs Creek Parkway, Columbus Boulevard, and then the Delaware River gauge at Columbus Boulevard and Washington Ave in South Philadelphia hit a record high last night, just above levels seen during Hurricane Sandy 12 years ago.
Wow.
So that shows you the saturation of the ground, right?
And let's give out the disclaimer again this morning. If there's monstrous puddles and you have a small car,
please
don't attempt to drive through it.
That's right.
I don't want to hear tomorrow Dawn delivering news of somebody that died because they got swept away because they thought they were Hercules.
Hercules.
Right. End of rant.
As for the Delaware River, it is already receding, but it's going to rise again later this afternoon, so we got to watch that one. Local police saying exactly what Nikki Haley just said, okay? Heavy rain filling the Brandywine Creek in Downingtown, Pennsylvania, I'm talking about, obviously. Forecasters expected the rising water to reach moderate flood stage, and that was around midnight last night. Upper Milford Township, Lehigh County, and you see the crews safely rescuing some folks there on Indian Creek Road. And that just goes to what Nick just said. You know, you don't want to force one of those first responders to have to try to save you as well. They should charge people, actually.
No, they really should.
The Delaware County Emergency Management activated its emergency center at midnight, and flooding does remain, they say, one of the top concerns. So we've got SEPTA delays. I know that we've got Acela doing cancellations as well. Amtrak canceled Acela, Northeast Regional, Keystone. So there are all kinds of delays and outages as well. So just think ahead and be smart about it. PHL, we've got some flight cancellations well.
Did you guys lose any power or internet or anything like that?
Nothing.
No.
We're in a weird spot where we don't. Again, I'm knocking on wood. We don't lose power a lot.
Yeah.
We didn't lose power during Sandy.
That's lucky.
Very rarely do we lose power unless somebody hits the telephone pole or something.
I lost everything multiple times for like 2 or 3 minutes at a clip, but I mean in total it was maybe 10 minutes where I was without stuff.
Our neighbor has, they invested in one of those whole house backup generators.
Mm-hmm. My parents have that too.
Pretty smart.
Yeah, it is. It's expensive, but it's like the second they lose power, like 30 seconds later, it comes back on.
Flips right on.
It's amazing.
And then you look like a genius because everybody's like, they can see your lights on.
Yeah.
And then we see our neighbor Lou, and he's like, I am the king.
Yeah.
Yes.
Party at Lou's house.
Yeah, take the victory lap. You're the genius of the neighborhood.
There you go.
Since I mentioned PHL, there's a bizarre story. TSA officers releasing an image of this at Philadelphia International Airport. They say they discovered a box cutter wrapped in a bandage on a passenger's arm. So this guy thinks, I guess, that he's going to go through airport security and wraps an ace, one of those elastic bandages around his arm, and thinks, oh, yeah, they're not going to check that. So not smart, but
apprehended and taken
nefarious.
care of.
Yes. So I love the TSA from the Northeast, Lisa Farbstein. She goes, when a man's hand wrapped in an ace band elastic wrap triggered an alarm at a security checkpoint at PHL Airport recently, TSA officers inspected the man's arm, detected this box cutter that was concealed beneath the wrapped hand and wrist. Hey, dude, gotcha.
Yeah. You think you're real slick, like the metal detectors aren't going to pick up on something underneath an ace bandage.
But what the heck?
Yeah. Well, maybe he was just trying to carve up some boxes on the flight. Those leftover soda boxes that the flight attendants give out.
That's just a little. It's a little creepy and ominous.
Yeah.
Hey, I know that this broke yesterday mid-morning, but I will mention it for you as it's a sad story that the family of the security guard, who we talked a lot about, a hardworking young man killed at the Macy's in Center City, Philadelphia, has now announced they are planning to file a civil lawsuit. And this is on behalf of their son, 27-year-old Eric Harrison, stabbed to death by an alleged shoplifter and basically serial criminal. His family's attorneys, they held a news conference and talked about the painful scenario. But it's not just Macy's. It's the owners, Wanamaker. It's a whole group, actually, of businesses.
Well, this is the guy, the killer, the alleged killer. This is the guy that left with the stolen hat and then came back and killed the security guard, right?
Yeah, and the police say that not only did this again 30-year-old guy with, not even going to say his name. I mean, he's the killer of Eric. Okay, and he has 30 years old, has this long rap sheet that I know we've talked about it, but he, according to police, even admitted that he was mad that they caught him and the way that they treated him. So that's why he
I don't
came
like
back.
the way I've been treated.
Yeah. So he stabs two of the guards. One lived, and obviously Eric didn't, but he's the one who had the two full-time jobs, was saving up for a home. I mean, it's just tragic. So now they are suing. This is something that, we have to talk about because you talked, I think, about a big take, Nick, where some companies are hiring guys who look like they're in, Beirut. Because they're hiring these fully armored guys because companies are being sued. And gas stations even.
That's correct.
So because you're liable. So he was on unarmed guard, but they're not, to my knowledge, suing the city or DA Larry Krasner for the policies. So we'll continue to follow that one. Hey, there's a reward of up to $150,000. $150,000 reward offered for information leading to the arrest and conviction of the person who robbed a mail carrier in Philadelphia's University City section. So they say, initially they said, wow, what did this person steal? The reward money is so high, they say, because it's a federal issue and holding a postman at gunpoint and then taking his keys, that those would be all the keys to all of those mailboxes around the city because they're master keys.
I mean, what are you hoping to steal of value? Are you hoping that somebody's got like a check in the mail?
Bingo. We've had a huge problem with that here. Remember, they held the hearings, at the Biden administration held hearings here because what they're doing is they get the master key, they open up, they look for your check, and then they have a way to change it and just take tons of money.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. So $150,000. They released new video yesterday holding a news conference. Postman was physically okay, badly shaken, but was held at gunpoint. And then they take or not even held at gunpoint, has the gun. You can see it, under the jacket. So they do have the surveillance video, but they're putting that out there. So I know Nick is going to talk a lot about Fauci and his big take. And this is a great big take. You got to hear. But I just want to give our sponsor a shout out. Tommy D's Home Improvement Center, renovating a kitchen or building one from the ground up. Well, Tommy D's Home Improvement Center is your go-to for quality kitchen cabinets, flooring, molding at affordable rates. Just visit their showroom in Philadelphia or visit their website, TommyD's.com. Hey, by the way, right now, 53 degrees, the forecast. National Weather Service says this is the warmest it's going to get. winds move through, up to 40-mile-an-hour winds to whip us, dry us out. But we go down through the day to about 40 degrees. Tomorrow is really probably the most beautiful day of the week as we rise into the 50s, bright sunny skies, further drying out. Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:15 Wednesday morning. Let's get to a midweek big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
The Fauci who forgot it all. Call it old age, call it selective amnesia, call it being a flat-out fraud. Suddenly, Dr. Anthony Fauci is a forgetful Fauci. That's the theme and takeaway following his appearance this week on Capitol Hill Monday and Tuesday before the Select Subcommittee on the Coronavirus Pandemic. After being questioned for over 7 hours about his role in the COVID-19 pandemic, Fauci didn't seem to recall much when questioned under oath. Headlines include the Daily Mail saying Fauci flip-flops during Congress grilling. Ex-White House doctor ducks more than 100 questions about COVID and admits he approved risky Wuhan coronavirus research proposal without reading it. Per the New York Post, Fauci surprised the chairman of a House subcommittee with, quote, how much he doesn't recall about the early days of the outbreak that killed over 1.1 million Americans. Fauci, 83, had been, quote, very cooperative during his 2-day transcribed interview. Chairman Brad Wenstrup, Republican from Ohio, is heading up the proceedings and said the following, quote, panel members will demand explanations for any pandemic-era failures and Fauci's role as the face of America's COVID-19 public health response. His testimony will shed light on topics that no committee, member, nor news outlet has ever inquired about before. This is an opportunity for Dr. Fauci to explain his COVID-19 policy positions. His forthcoming, honest, and transparent testimony over the next 2 days is critical for improving our nation's future public health responses, end quote. Now, two main focuses from the last few days were the efforts made by Fauci and the NIH to silence dissent about the so-called lab leak theory, as well as why one of Fauci's top advisors likely used his personal email to delete COVID origins documents and evade Freedom of Information Act laws. Fauci has also denied that he ever funded risky gain-of-function research in Wuhan, but that has been shown to be not true. Fauci was also questioned about his acceptance of royalties and how he left government in 2022 with a net worth of almost $12 million. Rand Paul has been front and center against Fauci and waged many battles with him. He joined Fox News and had this to say about Fauci's biggest sin. Listen and watch this.
You know, the biggest lie from Anthony Fauci was that the United States government, and with his approval, did not fund gain-of-function research in Wuhan. We now have the Department of Energy, the FBI, and actually a group of scientists at the CIA all agree that in all likelihood, COVID-19 came from a lab in Wuhan that was funded by U.S. taxpayer dollars. Anthony Fauci has continued to deny this, and I believe that to be a lie, and I hope he's challenged on that. But it also is even worse than lying about funding it. There's supposed to be a safety committee that's supposed to review dangerous research on this. It was set up in 2017 when they began funding this dangerous research at the behest of Anthony Fauci, who's always been in favor of gain-of-function research. When they began funding it again, they set up a safety committee. Well, guess what? This research in Wuhan skipped that safety committee. They never went there, and the only way that happens is with Anthony Fauci's approval. I've been trying for 3 years to get the NIH to reveal the gain-of-function deliberations. I know they talk about it. I know they have a weekly meeting on dangerous research, and yet they will not reveal the discussions and who made the final decision to exempt the Wuhan research. But it'll go down in history as maybe one of the worst public policy or medical decisions ever made in the history of our country. The mainstream media has failed to see this, but millions of people died, and it's related to a funding decision by Anthony Fauci to fund dangerous research in China, and they've given him a pass.
That was Rand Paul on Fox News. I believe Fauci to be a bureaucrat, a weasel, and a stone liar with a massive ego. And he was the guy who claimed that if you believe science, well, then you should believe him because he is science. And he walked out of Washington incredibly wealthy. House Republicans said they revealed a lack of oversight of research funded by the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases during Fauci's 2 days of testimony. Brad Wenstrup of Ohio saying, quote, Dr. Fauci's testimony today uncovered drastic and systemic failures in America's public health systems. While leading the nation's COVID-19 response and influencing public narratives, he simultaneously had no idea what was happening under his own jurisdiction at NIAID. Wenstrup also said, quote, it is deeply concerning that the face of our nation's response to the world's worst public health crisis does not recall key details about the origins of COVID-19 and pandemic-era policies. The reality is COVID affected all of our lives, from who we lost, to jobs that were lost, to reputations that were smeared for raising doubts about what we were being told. And that includes Jets quarterback Aaron Rodgers, who had this to say on Pat McAfee's show on ESPN when discussing his ongoing battle with Jimmy Kimmel. Here's Rodgers ripping Jimmy Kimmel for propping up Tony Fauci on late-night TV. Listen and watch.
Mentioned ivermectin being horse-based and pushed that whole narrative for a long time. He gave a platform to one of the biggest spreaders of misinformation during the COVID times, Dr. Fauci. So in my opinion, he ripped me about the vax, and that turns out to be an L on many occasions, because the vax was not safe and effective like we were told that it was in the beginning. There are a lot of injuries now that we've seen related to the vaccine. So in my opinion, you went after me. That's fine. You're a comedian. Go for it. Not offended, but that was an L.
Aaron Rodgers, one of the few in the NFL who had the courage not to take the vaccine and stand up in the face of criticism. The left-wing media hasn't forgotten that, which is why Rodgers is always a target of theirs. And clearly Rodgers hasn't forgotten what Kimmel said about him on TV, but apparently Fauci has forgotten a lot. Forgetfulness to the tune of 100 times under oath. Fortunately, and actually unfortunately, America hasn't forgotten and won't anytime soon. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, big take this morning. If you want to jump in with your thoughts and your reaction, you can certainly do so. 855-839-1210 is the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. Or, of course, on YouTube, you can be a part of the Kayal and Company comment community. Just go to youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe buttons and join the show today. We'll come back, get some thoughts and reaction to what transpired with Fauci over the last 2 days on Capitol Hill, as well as Donald Trump's big day in D.C. court. What was the reaction and takeaway from what the three panels of judges had to say yesterday? That's on the other side. It's Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg, here on a Wednesday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Toby from Wendy's. Picture a Baconator. The 6 strips of applewood smoked bacon, the hot and juicy beef, the pretzel bun. Wait, pretzel bun? A pretzel Baconator. And it's only here for a limited time? And right now you can get $3 off mobile orders of $15 or more with the offer in the Wendy's app? This changes everything. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new Pretzel Baconator.
Limited time only. At participating U.S. Wendy's. $15 minimum required before taxes and fees. Account registration required.
Hey, Philly. It's quarterback Jalen Hurts and Window Nation's Harley. Hey, Harley. What's the right play?
How about 0% interest for 5 full years?
What?
And get 50% off all style windows.
Oh, right. It's halftime at Window Nation. Score new windows for your home at half price.
Save 50% on all style windows. And for a limited time, get 0% interest for 60 months.
That's why you should call my team, Window Nation, today.
Yeah, Jalen.
At 866-90-NATION or visit online at windownation.com.
If the market volatility of the past year has made you nervous about your retirement future, you're not alone.
So many people are waiting for the perfect time to retire. And those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
But that doesn't mean that it's hopeless. Jim Cipriotti has been helping people get to, through, and beyond retirement for over 20 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, now on Saturday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
Wrap your family in a comfort food hug with Hatfield's variety of marinated tenderloins, pork loin fillets, bacon, ham, ground pork, and sausage. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, it's food you'll feel good about serving. Bring warmth and flavor to your table all winter with Hatfield. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and to find a retailer near you. Find your flavor with Hatfield.
If the cold weather has you thinking it's finally time to replace those old drafty windows and doors, then there is no better time than now to make your home more energy efficient while taking advantage of Guida's big winter sales event. The great people at Guida Door and Window are extending their big winter sale through the month of January by offering 40% off every window and door you buy. That's right, receive 40% off each expertly installed energy-efficient replacement window, which also includes free high-performance low-E glass. And if you're in need of a new door, you receive 40% off any door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. You can also take advantage of Guida's interest-free financing or low monthly payment plans to get your project started with no money out of pocket. This offer's for a limited time only, so you must act quickly. If your home needs new windows or doors, call the expert at Guida today. Schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Medication?
My daughter started making necklaces. She makes what we call affirmation fashion. I tell her every day that your black is beautiful. Your black is beautiful. And if there's anything better than being beautiful, it's being smart. If there's anything better than being smart, it's being kind. And reaffirming that every day is our method of making sure her chin never drops. My dad wasn't around, and I remember riding a bike and falling off and cutting myself, and me never just wanting to get back on it. People ask, how your children learn how to ride a bike, and you didn't. I didn't teach them. I just created an environment where they taught themselves, and all I had to do was be there.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Imagine it's the final game of the season, but your symptoms of irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, are making a comeback. What should you do? Keep managing your constipation with belly pain the same old way? Or try getting ahead of your symptoms by talking to your doctor about Linzess, linaclotide. Linzess is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually.
Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling.
Imagine, what could relief from IBS-C mean for you? Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
NJ Diet's results are nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days, contractually guaranteed. No hormones, no prepackaged foods, and no shots. NJDiet.com, NJDiet.com.
Wesley had IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Coming after my house, my car. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
Wesley called Optima Tax Relief.
Oh, they were great people. Optima Tax. They know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
What's the frequency count at the shopping train?
6:30. Welcome back in, Kayal and Company. as we are off and running, live here on this Wednesday morning. This segment brought to you by COSA. Have questions about aging? The Delaware County Office of Services for the Aging, or COSA, can point you in the right direction. To see how COSA can help you or a loved one, visit delcosa.org. COSA is supported by Delaware County Council. 855-839-1210, the phone number. If you want to jump in, get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. So 2 days in the books for Dr. Anthony Fauci as he testified behind closed doors under oath on Capitol Hill before a handful of those subcommittee select members for the research and really the accountability of everybody during the COVID-19 pandemic and the policies that were put into place and everything that was known or not known. And I thought it was very fascinating. You know, Dawn Stensland and Greg Stocker, if I told you this, if I came to you, Dawn, and I said, hey, over your illustrious career, now think about this with Fauci. I mean, he's been in that position up until 2022. I believe, 4 or 5 decades in that role. And probably the two biggest things that happened under his watch were the AIDS epidemic in the 80s and 90s and the COVID-19 pandemic. And he's only been, quote, out of office for, and wonder how you could conveniently forget over 100 times key aspects of a story that you were assigned to cover. The same thing with Greg Stocker. You've been here for 20 years, for 4 decades. You've been here as long as Fauci was with the NIH. And if, the Odyssey bosses came up to you and said, hey, during the 2016 election or the 2008 election with Obama, I need to know what the thought was from a programming or producing standpoint of why we went about something a certain way, and you couldn't answer 100 different questions that I had for you, wouldn't your boss just kind of raise their sniffer a little bit, so to speak?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. I'm just wondering how Fauci conveniently forgets everything.
Yeah, the difference is none of us have ever done anything or made any decision that impacted hundreds of millions of people, and especially school-aged children. Mm-hmm. And that is what makes me nauseous about this guy, that he was making decisions that impacted my kids, your kids, the entire nation. Let's not forget all the grandparents who died in nursing homes who we couldn't visit. Mm-hmm. So this guy, this is sick to me. And at the same time, you look at a side-by-side, look at the coverage, and I know his was a closed-door meeting, but the fact that, okay, you had Trump, and you're going to go to that sound in a closed-door session, and here's somebody who is being nailed and grilled, it feels like daily in all these prosecutions. Mm-hmm. Well, guess what? He's not accused of killing anybody. He's not accused of causing your kid or hundreds of millions of kids, or not hundreds of millions of children, but I would say tens of millions of children from learning loss at the very least, businesses shuttered, closed, lives destroyed. But here's Trump being grilled as if he murdered somebody. Yeah. And Fauci, here the Democrats this morning, oh, well, the GOP is exaggerating what he said during his testimony.
Right.
It's just, it makes me nauseous.
Well, there's not an age group or a demographic that Fauci didn't impact in one way or the other. And you nailed it with what you just said. From school-aged children to being out of schools to being a year or 2 years behind academically to a middle-aged small business owner who was told that their business was not deemed essential. So Target and Costco was essential, big corporate America box stores. But, Tiffany's nail salon down on 5th and Jackson, that wasn't deemed essential because I'm sure she lives paycheck to paycheck, even though she's an entrepreneur and a small business owner, to the elderly population where maybe you couldn't go see one of your great-grandparents in an assisted facility or things like that, or you couldn't go worship at a church or things like that. So he is complicit in really, from age 5 up until death, if you think about it. And he was the guy, and the way that they just all bowed down to him, like he was the epitome of science. He was gospel, and you could not challenge or question anything that man said. And, you know, Rand Paul then gets labeled by the mainstream media as going on the offensive and attacking Fauci. You know, the last time I checked, Rand Paul is also a doctor. Now, granted, I think he's like an ophthalmologist or whatever. So it's not like he's in infectious diseases. But, you know, some people that were in infectious diseases, Dr. Robert Redfield, I mean, you could argue, was kind of like the equal to Tony Fauci. And because he had a differing opinion, he was labeled to be like the lesser of the experts.
Yeah, and then layer on by the way, you mentioned churches, which is, so my church still, because we're in the city and we were shut down, still we're trying to get back to all the memberships because a lot of people left and then went out to other churches outside the city and still trying to get back to those numbers. And then you think of the mental wellness issue and the mental health issue. Mm-hmm. But for him, for Fauci to just be able to seemingly, the media will never, I don't feel like they're ever going to put him to the highest standard of questioning. No. And so that raises the next question, which is, okay, you know, he was held in prominence, and you're mentioning the issue of, you know, the Jay Bhattacharya types, those individuals, right, who were brilliant people. Then think about the complicity of media and government and social media, and how certain sectors and all of us, we were all being shadow banned and shut down. We couldn't figure out why we couldn't even DM each other. Right. And so we were being silenced and shut down. I feel our constitutional rights were being violated. Ultimately, that's how I feel. I feel like I was violated. We were violated. And we were basically called, you know, turds of America. Yeah. While this guy was being hailed as a prominent American and a hero. And that's what we need to say out loud. And we need to make sure that everybody understands what he knew. He was involved. He knew about the bat coronavirus testing, apparently. Mm-hmm. And then he's lying to the president of the United States while he's briefing everybody. Yep. That's what it appears to be here. Yep. And by the way, how many of us held that instinct and even said the quiet part out loud years, you know, during the pandemic, and then you were shut down. You were kicked off Twitter.
Well, and they also, speaking of Twitter, we had all the Twitter file dumps. So you got guys like Matt Taibbi, Barry Weiss, you know, plenty of journalists out there that were actually willing to do some due diligence and some digging. And by no stretch are any of those journalists, or maybe even Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, are any of these people conservatives or right-wingers or conspiracy theorists. But because they actually looked for facts and reported it, they were smeared and then lumped in under a false label of being some right-wing nut job. And Matt Taibbi, Barry Weiss, these are people that have, you know, careers that were at the New York Times, the New York Post, I mean, well-respected writers that just stuck to the truth and the real mission statement, honestly, of journalism. And then, of course, they were targeted. And Matt Taibbi, one day he opens up his door and who shows up at the IRS for a random audit?
Nick, that was a coincidence.
Total coincidence.
Total coincidence.
The day before he has to testify. So
by the way, Matt Taibbi, if you know, we've read his books and read his stuff, he is not a far right wing conservative. He's not a conservative at all.
He's not even a Trump supporter.
No.
So there you go. If you want to jump in, that was the kind of recap of the last 2 days, 855-839-1210. Speaking of Donald Trump, yesterday, his day in court. Dawn, did you guys carry this on your show? I know you said you were going to be rolling live, but you did carry some of it?
We tried to, and we were, I don't know if it was high winds with the incoming storm, but we carried parts of it. So I'm glad you're doing the whole thing. We carried parts of it, but the cable, you know, our signal kept going out. Gotcha. So we kept losing him. Yep. So we carried maybe, you know, 3 chunks of it, if you will, but it was interrupted. Okay. So kind of the recap from yesterday. Trump was in the courtroom yesterday. Federal appeals court judges in Washington expressing deep skepticism Tuesday that the former president was immune from prosecution on charges that he plotted to overturn the results of the 2020 election. The panel of 3 judges, 2 of whom are appointed by President Joe Biden, also questioned whether they had jurisdiction to consider the appeal at this point in the case, raising the prospect that Trump's appeal could be dispensed with on more procedural
procedural grounds. There was many lengthy arguments yesterday where the judges repeatedly pressed Trump's lawyer to defend claims that Trump was shielded from criminal charges for acts that he says fell within his official duties as president. Now, obviously, the outcome could carry enormous ramifications, both for the landmark criminal case against Trump and the broader and legally untested question of whether an ex-president can be prosecuted for actions while taken in the White House. I thought Jonathan Turley had a very good thread yesterday on Twitter, and Turley's a guy who I really like because he breaks it down and doesn't give you all the legal jargon, so you're able to kind of follow along in real time without having your head explode into 14 little pieces. But a couple of things that he said that I have some thoughts on. One of the tweets in his thread was that Judge Henderson has pushed the DOJ on the problem of opening the floodgates if they allow this prosecution for future presidents. Henderson noted that the DOJ warned previously that such prosecutions are necessarily or unavoidably political, which I think clearly says we are establishing a terrible precedent here. He also goes on to say that the panel, as expected, appears clearly skeptical of the arguments of former President Trump. Judge Pan seemed the most hostile towards those arguments, but the panel seems to be more focused on what is the easiest way to reject the appeal amongst the various options. So Turley is saying there, and I agree, my feeling is that this might not be good for Donald Trump. But Turley goes on to say a couple of other things that I think are interesting that we need to point out and then kind of analyze. He said, putting aside the outcome, the question now becomes timing. Special Counsel Smith has emphasized the need for speed and an urgency clearly not shared by the Supreme Court. This panel seems motivated to make quick work of the appeal, but there remains more steps. So why is he trying to, and I say he, Jack Smith, why is he trying to rush this? Well, he wants a conviction. He wants a conviction before the election. And for whatever polls are worth, there are polls out there that show a 14-point swing against Donald Trump if he is convicted, going from up 9 points against Joe Biden to being down 5 points against Joe Biden if he gets the label and the stigma of officially convicted felon, which I think is impactful to some voters who say, well, I can't vote for a convicted felon. But there's a couple of things here that stand out to me. One, we have this date in March. It's not going to happen. Then, of course, how will SCOTUS rule? I think the Supreme Court will ultimately rule in favor of Donald Trump. But think about conviction here for a moment. You would have a conviction before an election, which would set up an election where the incumbent could very well have dementia up against a convicted felon for the 47th presidency of the United States. And if he's convicted after the election, but he wins the election, well, he just pardons himself. But the scary part for Trump is if he's convicted after the election in which he loses, then obviously jail looks like a real possibility here. So, Don, I'm not sure what your thoughts and reaction were yesterday as you were covering it live, but it seems like Turley did not think that this went well for Trump overall, based on what the three judges were saying.
Yeah, and the key is you can't say, oh, it's a D.C. judge who's biased. The one judge who was the toughest, asking the toughest questions, which were legitimate, questions and hypotheticals, was the so-called, Republican appointed or more conservative judge going through everything. And what I noted watching him was that his demeanor, that he was not his energetic self, if you will. He looked drained. He looked exhausted. Now, I will say yesterday they had sad news. Melania's mom did pass away.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, and so I know that, to have his wife of 20 years, his mother-in-law of, 20 years or nearly 20 years, Amelia Knobs to die. He's in this D.C. court. I mean, it's draining, it's exhausting, but by his demeanor, even if I didn't hear his words, I feel that he knew this did not go well for him.
Mhm.
Even though, with that said, it's going to go to it's going to go to the high court anyway.
Oh yeah.
But he just looked exhausted and
Right.
defeated.
Well, I mean, Turley said it didn't have a good vibe for Trump, although there's an opposing view. Fox's Carrie Urban was in the courtroom and said that she felt that the panel was skeptical, not of Trump's argument, but of the special counsel's argument. She was able to see the panel and reached a different conclusion and different view than Jonathan Turley did. So this is obviously open for interpretation, and there are conflicting takeaways as to whether or not it was a rough day for Trump or a tougher day for the special counsel. 855-839-1210, the phone number. We will come back, wrap up hour number one with a victory for free speech. If you're a free speech absolutist, even though you might not like the guy, I think you have to be in support of this decision. Those details next as we wrap up hour one on Kayal and Company.
You can make the decision right now to get lasting relief from that awful joint pain for 2024. Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Don't go another year compromising because of that pain in your knees or maybe your shoulder. Just call my friends at QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative, non-surgical pain relief. Your body has everything it needs to restore and repair that damaged joint tissue, and QC Kinetics can make it happen. No drugs, no surgery, no downtime. Hundreds of board-certified QC Kinetics providers have treated tens of thousands of satisfied patients across America. This is not a Band-Aid. This is a revolutionary treatment which gets you moving again and gets your life back. And listen, it's non-surgical. If this is the year you decide to fight back against that pain, take the first step now. Just call QC Kinetics. Get a free consultation on the calendar today. Do it. Call 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Purchase a 2023 courtesy Volvo S60 from Cherry Hill Volvo for less than $29,000. Visit Cherry Hill Volvo this month to purchase this sensational S60 courtesy Volvo for less than $29,000. This is an offer you don't want to miss. During January, we are offering financing for 3.99% on all new SUVs in stock. That's an interest rate of 3.99% up to 72 months. At Cherry Hill Volvo, we must make room for all the construction trucks.
At Gerhardt's Appliances, there's never been a better time to renew your kitchen than now during our New Year New Kitchen Sales event. Level up your dish game with this GE stainless steel dishwasher with Dry Boost technology for only $3.99. Plus, buy more, save more on GE Profile kitchen package suites and laundry pairs. Shop local and save big at Gerhardt's, where 75 years of small business is kind of a big deal.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels, New York. And for psychics, think California Psychics. You want the best, you go to the best. At California Psychics, home of free spirits and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. That's why we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. This new year, make some resolutions that will improve the environment. Resolve to recycle more. Recycle paper, bottles, and cans. Reuse paper and plastic bags and get a reusable bag for groceries. Recycle old clothes by donating them to charity. And recycle old electronics like TVs, computers, and cell phones at appropriate e-waste facilities. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Hey, it's Rich Ziola. For years I've been talking about the great work my friends Stephanie and Matt and the entire team at Emmons have done for me and my home. Well, now Emmons can bring that same quality of work to all of your kitchen and bathroom remodeling needs. Emmons Roofing has really become the one-stop shop for all your roofing, siding, windows, solar, and now baths and kitchens. Trust the team at Emmons just like we did. They remodeled our kitchen and our bathroom in our former house, and we were so happy with the work they did. If you have a property at the shore, have the team at Emmons come out and take a look look at the roof now. Small winter leaks can lead to big, costly repairs when the warm weather hits. So call 856-556-3229. Call today for a free estimate online at emmonsroofing.com or visit the Emmons Design Showroom in Cherry Hill. That's emmonsroofing.com. Be sure to tell them I sent you. Remember, for 6 years, I've been using Emmons on every project in my home. Excellent results, outstanding people. emmonsroofing.com.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
How about a trip to sunny Clearwater, Florida? Sunshine, baseball, music, and comedy. Book your trip now to Clearwater with Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at joeconklin.com.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, neighbor, what you doing?
Just getting the groundwork done to put up my new fence.
Oh, cool. Did you contact Pennsylvania One Call System to check the underground utilities first?
Nah, there's nothing but dirt back here. Oh, no.
Whoa, I think that's a water main. Yeah, well, you said you always wanted a pool. All joking aside, you should call Pennsylvania One Call.
You're right, I'm going to call Pennsylvania One Call. But first, cannonball!
Know what's below. Contact 811 before you dig or visit pa1call.org to submit a locate request to have underground utilities marked.
Rhea here to tell you about the exciting things going on at Lexus of Cherry Hill. The L Certified Winter Collection Sales event is going on now. Receive special finance rates on L Certified Lexus models now through February 29th. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Lexus of Cherry Hill is family and veteran owned and operated and a 6-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence recipient for the customer sales experience. Visit lexusofcherryhill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE. Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumber690.org.
Rich Zioli this afternoon, 3 till 7. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
I remember standing on the corner at midnight, trying to get my courage up.
Kayal and Company, courage never down here on this program. We always have it. 6:52. Good to have you in on this sloppy Wednesday. 7 o'clock hour on the way. Dawn will have some news to kick off hour number 2. And then we will get to I think, a big victory for Elon Musk, X, and free speech. And that is in regards to the return of Don Lemon and a new show that he will have. And some surprise welcomes from a man that he used to spar with many times. That's coming up in the 7 o'clock hour. But as we put a bow on the 6 o'clock hour, yesterday, as we know, Donald Trump in Washington, D.C., obviously dealing with, his legal battles. And, I would think in this day and age of polarization and division and two different ways in which we all look at the news and the newsmakers and how people are covered, that let's just say if somebody from the Daily Mail or Outkick or the New York Post or Fox News was kind of gathered outside of a court proceeding for Hunter Biden, and there were hot microphones around, and they caught some of these conservative media members, even in a joking fashion, talking about Hunter Biden or, God forbid, Joe Biden being assassinated, that there would be a full-fledged investigation. Mainstream media would have a meltdown. But when it comes to jokes about a JFK-style assassination to Donald Trump, you don't really hear a whole heck of a lot about that. And apparently the cameras and the microphones were rolling yesterday. Take a listen to this, courtesy of the New York Post. Listen and watch this.
The worst part is
even if he has his window open and he's hanging out of it, he'll be on the other side of the field.
I mean, if he's driving, we've got a good shot.
Yeah, if he's driving with the front window open.
Yeah, or if it's a convertible.
Yeah. I wasn't thinking about that.
Yeah. Like if he just pulls up
like JFK. It's like a JFK, a Lincoln. Maybe someone, just like they told JFK, you know what you should do? You should take a convertible. It's so nice out.
Wow. All right, so there you go. For some context to that, you had two media members that were heard there cracking jokes over a hot mic Tuesday about former President Donald Trump being cut down by an assassin's bullet as they waited for him to appear at the federal courthouse in Washington. The unidentified male journalists had their news cameras stationed outside the E. Barrett Prettyman U.S. courthouse when they started to talk about the difficulties of getting a view of the 77-year-old Republican frontrunner. And there they were. And, of course, you heard that. I don't know. I just feel like if that was, quote, right-wing media making jokes about Joe Biden or Hunter Biden being assassinated on their way into a courthouse, we would be hearing a lot. I think The View would probably lead with that this morning on their highly esteemed talk show.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So.
Hate should have no home here.
That's correct.
What happened to that?
So
That's terrible.
There you go. All right. Coming up, we'll kick off hour number 2. Dawn's got the news, and then Don Lemon is returning to a new platform with a new show. And Tucker Carlson says, congratulations. Big victory, I believe, for free speech. Don't you dare be hypocrites. You might not like the message, but if you value free speech, I think this is a victory. We're back after this. Stay right there.
Hello, CNC Heating and Air Conditioning.
Yes, our HVAC system is not heating our home, and our energy bills are sky high. It's time to replace it.
Okay, the good news is CNC is your local Lennox dealer, and our trained technicians will get you running again.
Tell me, is CNC currently running any specials?
Yes, as a thank you, CNC is offering our biggest savings in value this winter. And for a limited time, you can earn up to $2,200 in rebates on a brand new Lennox system.
To take advantage of these savings, go to cc-hvac.com.
The day we all feared. The stock market went down and then kept going.
2008, when the markets lost over 50% of their value. But that was over a decade ago. Today, it's not so painful. Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group calls that financial amnesia. When you forget the pain of losing half your savings, and more importantly, ignore the fact that it can happen again. A complimentary consultation from Retire Ready Financial Group can show you where you stand now before the next market pullback. You're much closer to retirement than you were in 2008. Don't let it happen again. Call Jim Cipriotti at 610-894-7415 for a complimentary consultation. That's 610-894-7415 or online at retirereadyfg.com. You can forget where you put your keys, your glasses, or even your car. Don't forget to protect your retirement.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
How much do you worry about your debt?
With over $15,000 I owe, constantly it keeps me awake at night.
Accelerated debt settlement can cut your debt by up to 85% and in as little as 7 to 12 months.
I could be free of debt in no time?
That's right. Other debt settlement companies can take years to negotiate down your debt, but accelerated debt settlement moves fast.
The sooner I don't have to stress about my debt, the better.
Exactly. In just months, Accelerated Debt Settlement's legal team will negotiate your unsecured debt down 60, 80, even 100%. Your debt from credit cards, student loans, timeshares, medical expenses, and more cut down 60, 80, even 100%. And you'll save thousands of dollars in interest payments.
Finally, there's a light at the end of the tunnel.
And a good night's sleep.
Now get free of debt in a year or less with Accelerated Debt Settlement. Just call 1-888-959-4495 and we'll get to work for you. That's 1-888-959-4495. 1-888-959-4495.
It's exciting times once more in the city of brotherly love, and the Bush Auto Group is joining in on the action. With 2 Nissan dealerships in Exton and Limerick and an Infiniti dealership in Westchester, we have over 600 new and pre-owned vehicles waiting for your selection. And every single one of those vehicles comes with over $3,000 in bonus value to tackle the cost of vehicle ownership. A place so unstoppable they want to ban it, but they can't. So push that tush over to bushautogroup.com today, and remember, Philly rides with us.
For over 4 decades, Kitchen Magic has been transforming ordinary kitchens into extraordinary spaces. Our dedicated team is at the core of our success, combining expertise and creativity to drive innovation and excellence. We understand that your kitchen is more than just a space. It's where memories are made and cherished for a lifetime. We'll craft a kitchen that truly becomes the heart of your home. Discover the possibilities at kitchenmagic.com today. Now offering no money down, no interest, and no payments for 12 months on your kitchen remodel.
Runner's knee, golfer's back, hiker's hip.
Any of these feel familiar? At Virtua Orthopedics and Spine, we've got a doc for that.
Baker's wrist, laptop neck, shopper's shoulder.
Yep, we've got a doc for those too. Virtua Orthopedics and Spine has over 60 specialists, 20 PT rehab facilities, and 26 surgical sites all across South Jersey. Find the right specialist for you at virtua.org/ortho.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This new year, it's time to finally lose that weight the safe and natural way with NJ Diet. Their results are nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. With NJ Diet, you will lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. Contractually guaranteed. That NJ Diet uses DNA info to help you keep the weight off. No hormones, no prepackaged foods, no shots. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or schedule your consult at njdiet.com. That's njdiet.com.
Calling on Percy to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
Download it now.
Busy morning here on Kayal and Company as we begin hour number 2. Rise and shine. Let's go, Philadelphia. Off to work and school we go. 855-839-1210 is the phone number. Twitter and Instagram at 1210 WPHT. Listen to us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us on YouTube. A very, very good edition of What's on the Cut Sheet coming up at 7:45 last night. Also, a little bit of drama towards the end of the town hall in Iowa last night for Mustard, Mr. Mustard himself, as he was dealing with all sorts of stuff and drama. Right around 6:51, I think it was last night, as that town hall was on in place of Brett Baer's show on Fox News. So we will get to that and all sorts of other good things, including pressure rising and mounting for Christie to drop. Not drop weight, but drop weight too, but to drop out of the election. So we'll get to that. Also, Nikki Haley chopping away at Donald Trump in New Hampshire. So we'll give you those numbers. And also this Elon Musk-Don Lemon partnership is coming up. But right now, speaking of partnerships, a great partnership with the great Dawn Stenzel, because we have news. Round number 2, 7:02, and away we go. Hello,
yes, Dawn. In the wake of all the storms and high winds moving through, and we're bracing for high tide hitting us right now. So we'll talk about all of that. We're sponsored this morning on this Tuesday, January the 10th, or excuse me, Wednesday, January the 10th. The week is flying by. Wednesday, January the 10th, sponsored by American Heritage Credit Union this morning. So we're tracking all of the road closures, cancellations, a lot of school cancellations or 2-hour delays, Zoom learning for kids across the region, flood warnings this morning after that powerful storm moved through. And yes, as I mentioned, Schuylkill River is cresting right about now. So we're watching for this. And that's, Kelly Drive is flooded beyond City Ave and Roosevelt Boulevard bridges. All of those are shut down because of this. Dump trucks actually blocking Kelly Drive and then the Falls Bridge to keep drivers away from those roads, which are all, and Lincoln Drive as well. All of these are flooded out and blocked off. So Schuylkill River rising to about a foot below major flood stage this morning. It should start receding then this afternoon. And that's as the winds whip up and we start to dry out from this thing. But police say they are monitoring all of the usual suspects, those areas prone to flooding after the water started to rise on a lot of roads like River Road, Roxborough Main Street, Manioc, Kelly Drive, Cobbs Creek Parkway, Columbus Boulevard, etc., South Philadelphia. I pointed out earlier this morning, and I think it bears repeating, that the Delaware River gauge at Columbus Boulevard and Washington Ave in South Philadelphia hit that record high last night. And this was just before midnight. That was kind of the worst of it, just above levels seen during Hurricane Sandy. That was 12 years ago.
Wow.
So I'm looking if my kids, I'm seeing if they're schooled. Because, they're like, oh, isn't school canceled? Everybody else is delayed.
Yep.
So we've got that going on. More than 100,000 people without power this morning. So the high winds that we saw, initially they thought the 50-plus mile-an-hour winds would be mostly in the coastal areas such as South Jersey, and that's why Governor Phil Murphy had declared that state of emergency. But we saw the high winds going well past what was expected, and so that's part of why we have these widespread outages across the region.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I saw one of my neighbors was trying to walk one of their little dogs, not like a buddy boy dog, but like one of those little dogs you could stick in a purse. I really thought the dog was going to just completely blow away like Toto. I was like, man, this is brutal outside today. Yeah.
We have, the Brandywine Creek, watching that area, Perkiomen. I mean, all of these places that we talk about. Delaware County Emergency Management activating its emergency center. So flooding remains one of the top concerns here. So a lot of closures. PHL, we do have some airport delays and cancellations. So check if you are flying out, not because of what's happening right now necessarily, but because what happened within the past 12 hours. And then, of course, Amtrak, Acela, Northeast Regional, Keystone, all of those being affected. So just a heads up for travelers, if you're headed out, you want to check on all of this. Here's the good news. I don't have reports of injuries, and thank God for that. So I know that they are saying that because the ground is saturated, and as we see that the flood stage is reached, I know that the concern is people will drive into some of the waterways, or these huge trees come down because their roots are so saturated and softened. But I don't have reports of injuries, and so I'm very thankful for that as well. We also have been reporting and updating you on this lawsuit, a major lawsuit, and the proceedings of the way that people file in Pennsylvania for a civil lawsuit. This involves the family who is grieving after their security guard's son was murdered on the job inside Macy's in Center City. And so ultimately, Macy's is making the headlines, but this is the entire group. In other words, Macy's Retail Holdings, Rubenstein Partners, the entire Chestnut Street property owner, Wanamaker Market, as well as the RPO, the property management. And it bears saying here that it's significant. This lawsuit is significant in the sense that as this grieving family is holding accountable those who were involved in employing their son, who was stabbed to death on the job, murdered on the job, a good kid, young man by all accounts, holding two jobs, saving up. But does this have a chilling impact on these companies in Philadelphia who stayed here? Who did not leave amid the high crime and the Krasner policies that one might suggest led to these kinds of situations?
Well, these companies have to do something to protect their employees better. To me, it's not as simple as saying, hey, in the future, and we've seen this at all of these retail establishments, if somebody tries to steal, if somebody tries to confront, just basically allow them to do whatever they want to avoid escalation of the situation. And obviously, and I don't know all of the specifics with this story, but this guy comes back. This guy, the killer, could have just kept going, right? Like, stole the hat, you got what you wanted, and then you come back angry and then kill the guy. I mean, there's got to be, if we're going to have lawlessness with our authorities, then there's got to be an added onus on these corporations, right? Somebody's got to be held accountable for this. We just can't allow people to do whatever the heck they want at the risk of life.
Yeah, I imagine this will be settled. They hired lawyers, and they filed all those initial filings to all of these different groups. And so I would imagine that this will go for a settlement rather than going to trial, because in Philadelphia, we are actually famous in the nation for being like a broken slot machine when it comes to jury trials in a case like this, with a family like this that's so lovable, big loving family. And so if they go to court on this, to my understanding, when I talk to lawyers, this is what they said, that all of these different groups get together, they look at their insurance companies, and the insurance companies weigh the risk of, do you go to trial, do you not go to trial?
Oh, of course.
And the payout.
Yep.
Right? And then the insurance company ultimately makes that decision. Mm-hmm. So I'm looking at this saying they're all going to say, let's work with this grieving family. Let's not put them through a trial.
Right.
And let's settle this. However, does Macy's now pull out of Philadelphia? Do these companies go to city leaders and put pressure on them to say, hey, you're going to crush business post-pandemic. You're going to crush business post-pandemic in Philadelphia if you don't do something about this, because the policy is there. And that's why the security guards unarmed, as you may say, but why did they just say to the guy, okay, just return the stuff that you took and leave?
Yep.
Because they all know, Macy's knows, all these companies know, and this guy, the same thing had happened at KOP and other places.
Sure.
Why do none of these places, why don't they say, hey, we're going to call the cops, you're going to be prosecuted, because they know you're not going to be prosecuted.
Right.
And they have to waste their time.
Yeah. Another issue on the plate of Sherelle Parker.
Oh, this is true.
Yep.
So do they meet with her? So that's what we have to watch for. Good eye there. That's so true. We have, and by the way, I will point out that the victim here, Eric, his mom, Dawn Fobbs, she spoke out yesterday saying she was so worried about her son's safety at Macy's because of the constant theft and what was going on there. She had pleaded with him to leave that job at Macy's.
Right.
And so we reported that he had also secured that overnight job at the U.S. Post Office.
Yeah, he had, 2 or 3 gigs going?
Yes.
Yeah, so he was working his off.
Working 80-plus hours a week.
Try to achieve the American dream.
It's a sin.
It is.
Speaking of the post office, a postman in Philadelphia who was robbed at gunpoint, the postman is okay, but guess what? The U.S. Postal Service is not okay with this. They announced yesterday a huge reward, $150,000, being offered for information that leads to the arrest and conviction of the guy who robbed this mailman in Philadelphia's University City section. So they are saying that they take this very seriously. When you steal, when you first hold up a postman who is, or postwoman who works for USPS, but also because that would be a federal crime. And so they're putting the word out there saying that the mail carrier was threatened with a gun. The suspect threatened his life, said he would shoot and kill the mail carrier unless he handed over his keys. Those are master keys that unlock every single mail drop box across Philadelphia.
Could you imagine going to work one day as a mailman and then encountering that? Like, never in your wildest imagination do you think you're going to have somebody come up try to rob you.
No.
Oh, you want Mr. Johnson's MasterCard statement? Here you go, thug. Take it right away. I'd drop my whole mail sack. I'm like, go ahead, have it.
Well, that's just it. They have to be out in the public. They have to go in every neighborhood. So now are they going to say that they're afraid to go in certain neighborhoods? Which, by the way, University City, pretty safe.
Yeah.
Not far from here.
Sure.
Right?
Right.
And they don't have doors on their vehicles.
That's true. Which really has to suck in the winter, I would imagine. You know what we should do? Mailmen. They should all get sawed-off shotguns. Let's arm all the mailmen. You want to steal this mail? Come on.
What could possibly go wrong? It's like, oh my gosh, it's insanity. There's so much happening today. We're watching all of it, and I will just headline for you that New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy, he touted all of his economic success, New Jersey, some real nuggets in there with what he talked about in his State of the State address. Of course, he had to bring up JFK because that's his role model. That's who he wants to be. But New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy delivering his State of the State as he enters the 7th year in office. And the backdrop of this is that as we reported this week, all of the lawmakers voting in the Democrat-controlled legislature in New Jersey, voting themselves a 67% increase in salaries, including the governor. Not that Murphy that will take place after he leaves office. But still,
I'm voting for a 67% increase in my salary as well. Everybody gets a 67% increase.
Yeah,
Why
that's
not?
the
What
ticket.
the hell?
Wow. So we're talking about that. Let's talk about our sponsor, American Heritage Credit Union. Increase your spending power in 2024 with an American Heritage Credit Union Cash Rewards MasterCard. Right now, through January 31st, 2024, so you earn 3% cash back on everything you buy. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/credit cards today. Insured by NCUA, Equal Opportunity Lender. We have already reached the high of today, which is 53 degrees. So as of right now, we're at 45, and we continue to cool down as the sun rises on a cooler, very windy day. So up to 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts, and this is our power crews really try to restore power to at least 65,000 PECO customers. Will that knock down more trees, etc.? And also in South Jersey, Delaware, many power outages. Watching the forecast, this is Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. What's on the cut sheet coming up at 7:45, which will include John Fetterman going in on Senator Bob Menendez. Still ahead this morning, Christie. When will he drop out of the race? And coming up next, Elon Musk and Twitter show you how it's done. We're back after this on Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
As good as the regular season is, there's nothing like the NFL Super Wildcard Weekend. 6 games, 3 days. For these teams, it's win or go home, including your Philadelphia Eagles, who play Tampa on Monday night. I said this, I'm taking the Eagles at -2.5. They've burned me a lot this season, but I'm sticking with the Eagles. I think they're gonna beat Tampa on Monday night. You always have a spot in the playoffs with FanDuel in partnership with the Valley Forge Casino. It's America's #1 sports book. If you don't follow my picks, go to FanDuel right now. FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel.com/Greg to sign up. New customers can get started with $150 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. FanDuel.com/Greg. Sign up right now. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 1210 WPHT. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 and over. President PA. First online real money wager. Only $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued does not withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
National Appliance Warehouse, where exceptional service meets unbeatable prices. Not all big box stores are created equally. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're a full-service store with a showroom 10 times the size of a chain store. Over 100 brands professionally displayed, and always a skilled associate a few steps away. Our team delivers, installs, and offers 0% financing. Our revolutionary Price Assure program monitors chain stores in real time, ensuring our prices are always the lowest. Electronic price tags update instantly if necessary to give you the best value, because we're an easy drive right off 95. Upgrade your home with National Appliance Warehouse, where quality service and unbeatable prices come together for you.
The popular Friends and Family Sale is back at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on GE appliances. Earn up to $3,000 rebate with purchase of select customizable cafe appliance suites. Shop an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom today.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. You've been hearing me talk about Rescue Supplements for years. Well, Rescue Natural Supplements has launched a free personalized health survey that prioritizes all of your health goals. Whether you've been taking Rescue products for years or don't know where to start, in just 5 minutes, discover tailored Rescue supplements that will fill the gaps in your nutritional needs. That means no more guessing on products at the store, ignoring these issues altogether. The best part? Right now, you get a whopping 50% off recommended products after completing the survey. To get started, go to res-q.life. Again, that's res-q.life. Or call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Get help from a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant. I took the short survey. Let me tell you, I was blown away to see my results, so don't wait. Visit res-q.life and get 50% off recommended products today.
How much do you worry about your debt?
With over 15,000 I owe, constantly it keeps me awake at night.
Accelerated debt settlement can cut your debt by up to 85% and in as little as 7 to 12 months.
I could be free of debt in no time?
That's right. Other debt settlement companies can take years to negotiate down your debt. But accelerated debt settlement moves fast.
The sooner I don't have to stress about my debt, the better.
Exactly. In just months, Accelerated Debt Settlement's legal team will negotiate your unsecured debt down 60, 80, even 100%. Your debt from credit cards, student loans, timeshares, medical expenses, and more cut down 60, 80, even 100%. And you'll save thousands of dollars in interest payments.
Finally, there's a light at the end of the tunnel.
And a good night's sleep.
Now get free of debt in a year or less with Accelerated Debt Settlement. Just call 1-888-959-4495 and we'll get to work for you. That's 1-888-959-4495. 1-888-959-4495.
Hey, it's Joe to Camera. Resolve to take care of your car this year and schedule an appointment for your car at United Tire. From new tires to oil changes to state inspections and everything in between, the highly skilled technicians at United Tire are happy to work around your schedule to do whatever your car needs, no matter the make, no matter the model. Get your new year in gear by taking your car to your locally owned United Tire. You can visit them at UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
We do all we can to ensure our kids are happy, healthy, safe, and strong. Having high-quality, low-cost health insurance helps make that possible. With CHIP, your child can have medical, dental, eye care, and more for free or low cost. Whether you're self-employed, unemployed, or your employer benefits are just too expensive, CHIP is there for you to help your child be strong. CHIP Strong. Apply or renew today at 800-986-KIDS or go to chipcoverspakids.com.
Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
I'm Don Lemon, and you will respect me. You will watch me.
That is correct. Welcome back in. Kayal and Company rolling on live Wednesday morning. Nick Dawning, Greg. If you missed the news yesterday, a big victory, I believe, for Elon Musk, free speech absolutists, and even Don Lemon. As the Don Lemon Show is coming to X, Elon Musk and X Business tweeting the following yesterday: we are delighted to announce a new content partnership with Don Lemon for his new project, The Don Lemon Show. The award-winning TV journalist will share his unique and honest voice in 30-minute episodes 3 times a week, covering politics, culture, sports, and entertainment. Don Lemon saying the following yesterday on his Twitter feed, saying, "I've heard you, and today I am back, bigger, bolder, and freer. My new media company's first project is The Don Lemon Show. It'll be available to everyone easily, whenever and wherever you want it, streaming on the platforms where the conversations are happening. And you'll find it first on X, the biggest space for free speech in the world. I know now more than ever that we need a place for honest debate and discussion without the hall monitors. This is just the beginning, so stay tuned." To which Tucker Carlson, of all people, comes out and says, "Congratulations, Don. It's a new world." And then Don Lemon says, "Thanks, Tucker." So these two have clearly had a rivalry for many years, at least publicly. Maybe they actually get along off the air or do respect each other.
Of course they do.
But I would say this. If you truly embrace free speech as a free speech absolutist, this is good. And I think it shows that Elon Musk is not some partisan hack, because really, if you think about it, Elon Musk, he's not a Trump voter. He's not a Trump supporter. He voted for Joe Biden, but he believes in free speech. He believes in the First Amendment. He's also really called out Big Pharma and a lot of other things. So, but he's also a climate nut job, right? And electric cars and Tesla. He's a science guy. So Elon Musk kind of bounces back and forth between the left and the right. But I think it shows you that Twitter, or now X, is really trying to be the true town hall. They also announced that Tulsi Gabbard and Jim Rome, sports broadcaster, have launched new shows on X. So you have Don Lemon, who's a left-winger, black man. You have Tulsi Gabbard, a Democrat who left the Democratic Party, is now a female. Oh, well, she is not now a female. She's always been a female. Now a Republican. And then you have a white sports broadcaster in Jim Rome. And this is in addition to Tucker Carlson. This is in addition to Alex Jones returning to Twitter. And I don't think that the left-wing outlets will budge, but I do think it puts a little bit more pressure on Meta and Google to kind of allow more of the left and right to flourish equally on their platforms. That doesn't mean that truth is always going to be there and be shared and be present, but I think with Twitter, what they have done really well is installed kind of their own fact checkers, and they allow the public to be the fact checkers with the community notes. So if you say something that's absolutely false, you can be community noted, as many people have. And I think what Twitter's trying to do here, and I give Elon Musk credit for this, is he's trying to break the internet cesspool of like-minded thinking where we all just kind of go into our own little echo chamber and stay in our own little, community fun house where all we see are shared viewpoints that we agree with, whether it's left-wing, right-wing, or centrist. And I think this is a substantial move for Elon Musk. I mean, I can't stand Don Lemon. I think he's a creep. I really do. I disagree with about 99% of the things that he says. And he's certainly gone further and further left over the years. Remember, he gave you that breakdown like a decade ago. Remember we played old school Don Lemon where he was like, well, this is what the black community can do to be viewed differently. And we're like, whoa, that's not 2021 Don Lemon. That's like 2012 Don Lemon. But I think this is a good victory for Elon Musk yesterday. I think we need to have this, to be completely honest.
I think he chose, so Elon Musk, I think, is trying to find new revenue sources, and he's trying to enter into the streaming service type industry. So I think he's toying. He's always, toying with things. I guess the guy doesn't sleep.
No.
Rockets and inventing stuff isn't enough.
Mm-hmm.
But to me, I think he's taking three controversial people who he thinks might have a niche following.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe we won't watch these individuals, but maybe we will because we need the content. And Elon knows that as well.
Yeah.
But maybe he thinks, okay, how many people, even though Don Lemon's ratings sucked on CNN and he was making a ton of money, that didn't work out. So Lemon will be on 3 days a week. I mean, three days a week.
Yep. 30 minutes a clip.
Right? That's it.
Yeah. 90 minutes of work a week.
Sweet. And then Tulsi Gabbard, she's going to do a documentary style thing. So that'll be occasionally that they'll announce it. And then what's the former sportscaster?
Jim Rome.
Right, I know his name, but what's he going to get?
I'm assuming he's doing a sports show.
He's doing 5 days a week.
Oh, he is.
He is doing 5. He's the only one doing 5 days a week.
Yeah, let's not gloss over 3 30-minute episodes.
Yeah, that's
Greg,
enough,
what are your thoughts on
enough
Enough
with
said.
both of you? Enough with both of you.
Yeah.
So Don Lemon, well, he's here. I'm just going to say it. I mean, so the one who may get a following, and I don't know Jim Rome, but because he's on every day, maybe he gets a following.
Mm-hmm.
But for Don Lemon, half an hour, 3 times a week, will he really be able? Will he really be able to get that niche? Will he be? And how are they being paid? That's also my question.
Yeah.
They're not being paid much.
I'm wondering because if you read Don Lemon's quotes there that I gave you, he said, no more hall monitors. He's freer than ever. If you read between the lines, it makes me think, even though CNN, I think, went off the rails to the left, it makes me wonder if he's going to go even further left with his commentary, and maybe he was told at CNN that he needed to dial certain things back. Maybe we're going to get a more, and it doesn't mean you'll agree with it any less, but you're going to get a more uncensored, unfiltered Don Lemon, which will certainly create content and talking points for us. I'm sure there'll be times where it ends up on the cut sheet where he's going to say something completely outlandish that 100% of our audience disagrees with. But I think the big picture here is, this is what we need. We need to allow everybody to voice their opinion without fear of retaliation or retribution or censorship or silencing and suppression, because when we prepare for this show, I mean, we get stories from the Washington Post, the New York Times. It's not like every one of our stories comes from the Daily Wire or something like that. And I think we need to, if you value the marketplace of ideas and everybody being able to share what they view to be the way the world is, I think it only leads to a better, let the people sort out what they believe and what they choose to label as misinformation or disinformation. The government shouldn't be doing it, and I don't even like it when these companies do it, to be completely honest. I want Twitter to be unfiltered.
Don Lemon was a highly paid, coddled princess who got a $25 million payout, made $4 million a year. So let's see now that he understands what the real world is like, he formed his own media company. And let's see what it's like to work for yourself. There's no hair and makeup. You can't go whining to management. So this is where the rubber hits the road.
And probably hard to generate $25 million on your own. I know, but I hated working at CNN. I hated working at Fox News. Dude, you got paid pretty damn well. Sometimes you just suck it up and deal with it if you want to live that lifestyle, right?
Yeah,
I would think that.
Yeah, and to your point, Tucker Carlson, why could he do this? Because he already had a lot of the mechanisms in place because of the pandemic. He had the home studio, he had the production company, he has a great loyal team of people who he worked with, and here's the big one. Tucker Carlson already had the work ethic. We will watch, and I wish everybody well, but let's see how this goes.
I do get the sense that you are right there. At least I don't know anything about either one of them personally, but it does seem like Tucker Carlson is a grinder, is a worker.
Yep.
Now, I'm not saying that maybe Don Lemon, I could disagree with Don Lemon. I have no idea what his work ethic is like. But
did you ever hear? I know him because he worked here locally. But
so please share.
Please share. Well, he wasn't famous for that. I'm just saying.
Okay. Wanted everything handed to him. 14 producers probably. Must be nice. All right, well, there you go. Tucker Carlson welcomes Don Lemon with open arms to X.
It, we'll do it live!
Thank you very much, Tucker. 855-839-1210. So everybody's saying Ron DeSantis could be dropping out next week, but what about Christie? He's polling terribly. Pressure starting to mount. Will Sloppy drop? We'll get to that next. Kayal and Company, stay right there.
So, you got a new gadget over the holidays. Don't forget to listen to your favorite station on Odyssey. Unwrapped a new Amazon Echo or Google Home? Be sure to tell your smart speaker to play your favorite station. Received a new Sonos speaker? Check on Odyssey on the Sonos app for access to hundreds of stations. Got a new phone? Don't forget that the Odyssey app is the only way you can jump to your favorite show with Rewind. No matter what you received this year, listen to your favorites with Odyssey. Download the free Odyssey app today. AUDACY.
They pretty much weren't doing anything. I couldn't ride a bicycle. You don't have your life because you don't have your mobility.
So when Patrick heard about QC Kinetics and their non-invasive regenerative treatments for pain, no waiting, he called them immediately.
There's no downtime. There's no rehab. That was the tipping point for me. I didn't have to take any drugs. I didn't have to rehab.
Before considering surgery, check out QC Kinetics all-natural treatment options that restore and repair damaged joint tissue in your knees, hips, shoulders, and back.
If you have knee replacement surgery, and then the knee is not yours, and there's no guarantee that that's going to be successful.
QC Kinetics. Patients around the country are raving about the results. They're getting back their mobility, taking back their lives with no downtime, no drugs, and no surgery. Don't wait. Call QC Kinetics today for your complimentary consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. That's 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000. Don't miss a special edition of the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 8:30. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show at a special time, this Saturday night at 8:30 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
There are so many terrifying political and economic trends tearing down the global economy. But your retirement does not have to collapse with it. The exclusive crash-proof retirement system guarantees over 5,000 consumers not only survive, but thrive despite market volatility, guaranteeing protected growth that cannot be taken away.
My name is Robert Sims. I live in Levittown, Pennsylvania. The interest credited to my crash-proof retirement system can never be taken from me. With all the debt that the nation has, I am leery of where the economy is going to head long term. I feel good about where I sit with the crash-proof retirement system, regardless of where the economy goes in the next 5 years or so because it has delivered on its promises.
Register for the next Crash Proof Retirement educational event at the William Penn Inn on Tuesday, January 16th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
This new year, it's time to finally lose that weight the safe and natural way with NJ Diet. Their results are nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. With NJ Diet, you will lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days, contractually guaranteed. NJ Diet uses your hair and saliva along with bioenergetic scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements that get your body into the fat-burning zone. Then, NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help you keep the weight off. Don't take shots the rest of your life. Lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. Naturally, quickly, and safely with NJ Diet. No hormones, no prepackaged foods, no shots. You even get the doctor's personal email and phone number. Call 855-5NJ-DIET. 855-5NJ-DIET or schedule your consult today at njdiet.com. That's njdiet.com.
Wrap your family in a comfort food hug with Hatfield's variety of marinated tenderloins, pork loin fillets, bacon, ham, ground pork, and sausage. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, it's food you'll feel good about serving. Bring warmth and flavor to your table all winter with Hatfield. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and to find a retailer near you. Find your flavor with Hatfield.
Purchase a 2023 courtesy Volvo S60 from Cherry Hill Volvo for less than $29,000. Visit Cherry Hill Volvo this month to purchase the sensational S60 courtesy Volvo for less than $29,000. This is an offer you don't want to miss. During January, we are offering financing for 3.99% on all new SUVs in stock. That's an interest rate of 3.99% up to 72 months. At Cherry Hill Volvo, we must make room for all the construction trucks.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Oh, I'm sorry. Were you expecting a commercial there? Well, when describing the feeling of owning your own swim spa or hot tub, sometimes words can be hopelessly inadequate.
If you like what you hear, Jacuzzi Hot Tubs of Southeastern PA can help by transforming your outdoor living space. Everything you need to bring luxury, health, and enjoyment home with you is waiting at Jacuzzi Hot Tubs of SEPA.com.
Hey, Southampton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Sloppy Chris Christie.
Well, let's get to Mr. Christie. It's Kayal and Company as we roll on live. Cut sheet coming up in about 7 minutes. I've had a glimpse of it both last night and this morning. Stalker is stockpiling all sorts of audio gems, and it's on your way in about 7 minutes. It's good to have you guys in. Nick, Dawn, Greg, Anthony, and Phil here as well. 855-839-1210. Getting very interesting. Pressure starting to rise on those who are not achieving numbers that maybe they had hoped for in the polls. Last night you had Ron DeSantis in Iowa for a town hall. That'll be featured in the cut sheet. Kind of a little bit of a scary moment towards the end of that broadcast in the 6 o'clock hour last night. And we know from a CNN town hall perspective that both Vivek Ramaswamy and Christie have missed the cut recently. But honestly, we're talking about, and yesterday and Monday, we discussed the reports out there, according to sources, that if Ron DeSantis does not perform well in Iowa, he is going to drop out next week. We know January 15th is the date to be paying attention to. That is next Monday. But honestly, and I know I've said this before, what exactly is Chris Christie waiting on here? He is polling probably lower than anybody else. And it's very interesting. Nikki is polling well, but doesn't seem to have a ton of traction on social media. You have Vivek Ramaswamy, who amongst conservatives and even a lot of the Trump base is getting a lot of support on social media, but has been polling really in fourth. He's been ahead of Christie, who's in last place. And then DeSantis has kind of been flatlining or trending down in the wrong direction a little bit. But according to Mediaite, there is a growing number of political observers that are arguing that if Christie really wants to stop Donald Trump, because remember, everybody kind of carved out their own path, their own lane. And Christie really dug into the trenches saying, I am the guy that can win the nomination and beat Joe Biden. Donald Trump is a losing endeavor. He's been a declining asset ever since he won in 2016. But now they are arguing and making the case that if Christie wants to stop Trump, his best chance to do so is to stand down, drop out, and back Nikki Haley as the top challenger to Donald Trump. They go on to say, despite these efforts, however, Christie remains far behind Trump in the polls. Haley has been Trump's closest polling competitor in recent weeks, with recent studies indicating that her surge is closing the gap between herself and the frontrunner. A poll from USA Today, Boston Globe, and Suffolk University found that while Trump is still comfortably ahead of Haley, his 46% lead to Haley's 26% is a slip from his previous numbers. Christie, meanwhile, scored 12% amongst the poll participants. They also point out the latest CNN University of New Hampshire poll, where the ex-president is down to 39%, while Haley has chopped away to single digits at 32%. She only trails Donald Trump by 7%. Here's a quote. Haley would likely move even closer to Trump if former New Jersey Governor Christie were to withdraw, as 2/3 of Christie's supporters select Haley as their second choice. Undeclared voters who plan to vote in the Republican primary favor Haley over Trump by more than 2-1, while Trump holds a large lead amongst registered Republicans. With all of this being said, a number of people have gone to Twitter in order to look at the current primary math, and they agree that Haley has a much better chance of overtaking Trump if Christie is to drop out, and she absorbs all of his supporters. So it's a very interesting kind of strategy here, because we've seen Christie. He's come to the defense of Nikki Haley at debates. I think he is just incredibly stubborn to even still be. I mean, really, he should have been out, I think, by the end of last year. Not sure what he gains, but I do actually agree with that mathematical equation there, that if Christie drops, I think Nikki's going to get a big chunk of that support. So I think logic and common sense says, and yes, these are only polls, and take them for what they're worth, that Nikki Haley would probably chop away at Trump's lead kind of across the board. Even though Christie doesn't have a groundswell of support, those numbers, I don't think, because let's think about this logically. Could you see any Christie supporters then backing DeSantis? Probably not. Christie's the most moderate of the bunch. DeSantis the most conservative. No Christie supporter is going to back Vivek. So who is probably the sweet spot between Christie and Vivek Ramaswamy / Ron DeSantis? It's probably Nikki Haley. So I do agree with that. I think those votes probably would go to Nikki. Although I still think at the end of the day, it's largely all for nothing. It makes for compelling content. We'll talk about it. But I don't see any way that Nikki Haley is a true threat across the board to Donald Trump. Do you guys agree with that mathematical equation there, that once sloppy kind of goes by the wayside, that it, by and large, the overwhelming majority will shift to Nikki?
Well, I've said that from the beginning. I think that they all need to coalesce around one candidate, whoever that is, and then that person needs to go head-to-head with Trump. And yes, I think that person is Nikki Haley. Will it make much of a difference? No, because what you're discussing is basically just New Hampshire, right? Because It's just, she's within striking distance of Trump in New Hampshire, but if Christie drops out, you would assume that his support in New Hampshire would go to her, which might give her the victory in New Hampshire. What does a victory in New Hampshire mean? I don't know.
Right.
Could it give her momentum going into Super Tuesday? We saw it happen with Biden. It's a long shot, but it could.
The value of the Chris Sununu endorsement.
Christie needs something for himself in this. So whether that's
salad bar. I'm sorry, I thought my mic was off.
That's not right.
No, my fault.
Christie needs something. Like, he needs to be promised something if Nikki Haley becomes president, which is just laughable at this point.
Yeah. Spot in the cabinet?
Yeah. I don't know.
My goodness.
I don't know.
What a debacle.
He's only in it to be a spoiler.
No, he's only in it to tell the truth.
That's right.
He's the truth teller.
Yeah.
He has the Wonder Woman golden lasso around him.
It's time to cut his losses here and just get ready for his new TV contract or another book or something else. So
yeah, and that's his book. Isn't his book coming out this month or next month?
That's right. Well,
So,
once the book comes out, then you drop, right?
yeah, and I think he has the ties to the Bush family. So I think at this point, he knows that his days are numbered, but it's always like, what does he get out of this? And as far as who he is aligned with.
Yes.
And so who's supporting him financially to stay in it and why?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, 7:45, right on the dot. Let's get to a absolutely loaded edition of a Wednesday What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
What's on the Cut Sheet on Wednesdays? Brought to you by our good friends at Cherry Hill Volvo, where right now you can get a sensational 2023 S60 courtesy of Volvo for less than $29,000. These beautiful Volvos have less than 5,000 miles. Hurry to Cherry Hill Volvo today to get yours. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Check them out on Route 70, Cherry Hill. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. I do agree. January and February, always the best months to buy new cars. All I'm saying. All right, let's Phil. I'm gonna kind of piggyback off of what Nick was just discussing here. So I'm going to go to cut 14 here. Christie was in. I guess this is New Hampshire. Yeah, he was in New Hampshire, and he's refusing to drop out of the race. This is what he said to a constituent last night. This is cut 14. Phil, go.
Let's say I dropped out of the race right now, and I supported Nikki Haley. And then 3 months from now, 4 months from now, when we get ready to go to the convention, she comes out and is his vice president. What will I look like? What will all the people who supported her at my behest look like?
Wait, he's saying that she will become vice president to who?
No, he's saying that if she becomes his vice president, meaning Trump.
Oh,
and
Trump's VP.
And he drops out for her, what will it look like for him?
Well, I mean,
it's all about him. Isn't that revealing? Yeah. It's all about me. Look,
Yeah.
here, I'm doing a selfie. What will I look like?
What will that be?
Oh, my goodness.
Well, but that's neither here nor there. That's unpredictable. You can't foresee that happening. You can only talk about what we actually know and what the realities are right now. We can't forecast what's going to happen in May or June or July. Dude, you're polling in the single digits in most polls. What are you at? 12% in New Hampshire. You know who Chris Christie is? Chris Christie is the guy that's at the party that nobody wants at the party, that is still sticking around, hanging out by the punch bowl, waiting to have a conversation with somebody. Or like, you go to a party and there's like 3 or 4 different little factions and cliques. He's trying to just get in with somebody somewhere, somehow. And yet he's just standing there in isolation by himself. Go home. The party no longer wants you around.
Woof.
Read the room.
Tough love
Just
from
read.
Nick Kayal.
I mean, it's not difficult. Just read the room. It's very difficult. It's very easy to figure out when you're welcomed and you have a following, or if you're just kind of like the sore thumb that sticks out. Like, he's just got nothing. I've said this from day one. I was like, I don't know who this guy appeals to. And I think the polling is accurate. Not many.
He appeals to the never Trumpers, right?
Okay. Which is a small group that honestly is not really showing up as quantifiable in any of these polls.
Speaking of who he appeals to, let's talk about Ron DeSantis's town hall last night that he had in Iowa for Fox News with Martha McCallum and Brett Baer. You mentioned this earlier. This is how it it ended there was a protester that was there that kind of interrupted him when he was discussing the abortion topic, and this is how that sounded. This is cut 7. Phil, go.
Well, I think this is actually a way I can take both the first and the second part of your question because, I think it is important to stand for a culture of life. I'm the only one running that has actually enacted protections for the sanctity of life. I'm the only one that's been able to do that.
Hold on, honey.
No oil money! No oil money! No oil money! You live and you learn with these people, right? All right. All right. Well, you guys, that was a mistake. You guys didn't get that one right. Okay. So.
What are they saying? No more honey?
No oil. No oil for money.
Yeah.
No
so
oil for money.
They came up from like the back of the auditorium, and they were kind of walking quick, and I don't know if they were running up, and they had like a yellow and black flag, and they got right up towards like the stage where he was at. So I got to imagine he was very uncomfortable. And you see there in the clip some of the security guards or people in different suits just usher these guys out and pretty much, rip them away from. So I think there's got to be an element where DeSantis is like, geez, I wasn't expecting anybody to kind of charge at me. And I was actually watching that live. I texted you guys when it happened. The older gentleman in the audience took like 5 minutes to ask this question, and DeSantis is like his head was ready to explode. The guy was giving like a big take, and then Brett Baer was like, "Can we get to the question?
Oh boy,
can you ask your question, sir?"
That's funny.
And he goes, "Okay, so I'll get to my question now." And then it took him another 2 minutes to ask the question, and then that nut job with the flag runs up there. But he got back on track after that.
Ron DeSantis then says that the Republicans need a candidate willing to go toe-to-toe with Biden and that Trump is not willing to debate. So we're back on the debate issue. This is how that sounded. Cut 8. Phil, go.
Nominee, what are the chances that he's not the nominee?
Look, I just think there's clearly people in the Democratic Party who look and say, you know what? This guy is a few fries short of a Happy Meal. That's just the reality, okay? And I see that. Most Americans see that. So what are the Democrats going to do going forward? I can tell you I would love to run against Biden. I'm not going to let him hang out in his basement. We would run him ragged around this country. I would love to be able to be in a debate with Biden and be able to hold him accountable for his policies. But the reality is there's a lot of talk. That's part of the reason I did it on Fox with Sean Hannity. I debated the governor of California, Gavin Newsom. People are like, well, why are you doing that? Well, one, I mean, if I can get on national TV for 90 minutes, I'm going to take that opportunity. But two, I do think you as Republican voters need to ask which candidate would be able to go toe-to-toe with some of these other Democrats who they may run. Donald Trump's not been willing to debate at all this time. We don't know how he would fare. Obviously, he struggled against Biden in that first debate in 2020. That's just unfortunately the fact. I'm ready to go against anyone they throw at us, but there's definitely a possibility that it is not Biden.
So I think I'm actually going to give a different opinion for the first time on this, and he just jarred my mind when it comes to Sean Hannity. If I can get on for 90 minutes on national TV, why the hell wouldn't I? I actually think maybe one of the strategies was if you go up there, because let's be real, Gavin Newsom's policies mirror the Biden administration's policies. So I think DeSantis looked at it as a point where, hey, if I go up there and I carve up Gavin Newsom, who many people think will be the president one day, and I obliterate and I show the failures of his policies, which echo and mimic and mirror the Biden administration's policies, this looks very good for me, because if I can beat Gavin Newsom in a debate, I mean, my God, I will absolutely just destroy Joe Biden in a debate. I think every Republican primary nominee that thinks that they should be the president would love the opportunity to debate Joe Biden. I mean, Phil and Anthony right now are salivating over the possibility of debating Joe Biden. So it's a guaranteed victory. If debates matter, they'll destroy Biden. But we've seen many times that people already have their minds made up before these debates.
We say all the time about these town halls that the moderators or whatever should kind of step aside and let the audience ask the questions, right?
Yes.
Like more audience questions. I don't know, because of your point about the guy who droned on and this gentleman that I'm about to play right now, is that sometimes they think that they're stars and they get in front of the microphone and they kind of just go off. This is a person who was talking about Ron DeSantis uniting America.
Oh, this is the clip. This is the guy I'm referring to. This
Oh,
guy's,
is it?
Yeah, this guy's 77 years old. Took him about 8 minutes to land the plane.
Well, I only pulled like a minute 20 of it.
Okay.
This is cut 9. Phil, go.
Hey, next up, we've got a question from Christopher. He's a retired energy worker. Where are you, Christopher? There you are. Now, as is the case in Iowa, a lot of people go to a lot of different events. And we noticed that you went to a town hall event just last week, and you asked Governor DeSantis a question. I think the question at that was that he didn't maybe go hard enough against the former president. Is that right?
Yes.
And so where are you in this race right now? Like, where are you leaning?
Well, from the very beginning, I picked out Ron, and I'll tell you the reason. I believe when the Democrats vote for Biden, they're not voting for Biden, but they're voting against Trump.
Yep.
And the same thing if they're voting for Trump, then they're voting against Biden. And the reason I asked Ron that question, why he wasn't going after Trump, is because I look at Ron as the only candidate
Is this a
that
question?
can unite the country.
This is a big take.
Because look at it. Trump gets elected, half the country is still going to be divided. And hopefully they don't go to any.
Well, speaking of divided, you do have a question for the governor.
Yeah, what's your question, dude?
And but I believe Ron can unite the country.
Come on, Pops.
We got to have somebody that we can all stand behind, Republican or Democrat.
This is amazing.
Okay, sir.
And he's the guy that can do it.
What's your question?
Thank you.
Okay, well, my question, Ron,
Twice.
is
2 days later.
it took 48
Well, I can snip what you
years.
just said, package that, and run that as an ad in Iowa over these last few
can do
days,
it.
because I appreciate that.
Yeah.
There
But
we go. I don't care about his question.
Yeah.
Ron's uncle.
Well, yeah, DeSantis paid him for that. The check's in the mail, Skippy. No, that was the guy right there. That guy ends up asking the abortion question, which leads to those protesters running up on the stage there. So, yeah, this was obviously a guy that just had an agenda. But to actually comment on what that guy was saying, yes, any vote for Biden is really not necessarily the endorsement of Biden, but it's the vote against Trump. I don't agree that any vote for Trump is a vote against Biden. I think votes for Trump are in part of a vote against Biden, but certainly a vote for Donald Trump. But is Ron DeSantis, and I like DeSantis, you know that, even though his campaign has been terrible. No, Ron DeSantis is not a uniter. Not even close. I mean, he's the most conservative guy running. He's not good. And this whole thing of, yes, we are more divided than ever, but let's ask the real question. Aren't we really just the divided states of America to begin with? Or have we ever been truly united?
Of course not.
I mean, I know we rallied after 9/11 and moments like that, but like,
For a day.
For a day. This whole thing of like, you're going to unite the country. Technically, the biggest uniter would be like a moderate Republican or moderate Democrat, but
I will say this, that Ron DeSantis cannot get elected in a general election because of
abortion,
the heartbeat bill.
Right.
100.
The 6-week
He
ban.
cannot be elected. He will not be elected. I'm telling you right now.
I agree.
He is not electable in a general election.
That's where Nikki Haley has thrived with the abortion message.
Speaking of Nikki Haley, he went after her last night about something she said about Iowa. This is cut 10. Phil, go.
Of the country, and will you go with them that whole distance?
Well, first, I mean, it's tough for me to take something from somebody that goes to another state and then says Iowa's votes need to be corrected. I found that to be deeply offensive. I've traveled to all 99 counties. I've met folks here in Iowa. Folks here represent the best of America. They're patriotic, hardworking, God-fearing. That's what we need to engineer a comeback of this country. So she can swoop in here and try to do that, but what she did was wrong. Here's the issue.
There you go.
So she's had a lot of negative things to kind of say, I guess.
I mean, she's barely been in Iowa, right?
Yeah.
I don't...
It's kind of interesting. She's been more focused, it seems like, on New Hampshire. DeSantis has been focused on Iowa.
Yeah.
And, we've got South Carolina that will come up after that, which, I mean, maybe the most interesting thing of all is the fact that Trump, the guy that's, Trump's been in Iowa as well, the guy that's not doing any of the debating is winning states like South Carolina and Florida. Like, if you're DeSantis and Haley and you're losing your own home state to Trump, that's another indicator that, hey, It's probably not meant to be.
Well, that's the thing, is that if she can't win her own state, what state can she win?
I know.
New Hampshire, okay, but like...
There's so many there's very few opportunities for victory for anybody not named Trump in these primaries.
It's true. It's absolutely true.
I just love, I'm sort of smiling because I think that in his little self-involved rant that you played with Christie, speaking of Trump, I think Christie dropped the little bomb that I have said, and people say, no way.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that the truth is Nikki Haley will be the may very well be the VP candidate for Trump. Even though everybody says, no way, they hate each other. I think that's the fact that Christie is on the inside, and that's what he fears, and that's what he sees, and that's his worst nightmare, because he aligned himself with Nikki Haley, but then she goes with Trump, and like there's nothing for Christie. To me, I just keep thinking about that and thinking, I'm smiling about it.
I don't think Trump hates Nikki Haley. I think that's a misnomer. To be honest, I don't know that Trump really hates anybody. He just, he does his bit, he does his routine, he goes after people because that's the way he's wired. But if you're a perceived threat or a challenger, or you attack him, or you're not loyal like DeSantis, he's going to go back after you. I wonder, in regards to the VP conversation with Trump and Nikki Haley, does Trump weigh and factor in and take into account the fact that his base does not like Nikki Haley?
His base is gonna. I don't agree with that conclusion. I think right now the base is irked by anybody who says anything bad about Trump. But the truth is,
that's been from day one,
right? But she's been very careful. First of all, he hired her. She was in his administration, number one. Number two, she's very careful to say he's not the right president. It was the right time for him to be president then. I forget how she words it, but she words it very carefully to say it was the right time for him to be president then, but now is the time for Nikki Haley. She words that very carefully.
I think if we were to throw up a poll question, and maybe I'll shoot myself in the foot here, and maybe I'll be dead wrong. That's fine. But my gut tells me, and let's actually, if we could throw this up either on Twitter or YouTube, I'd like to see the results.
How about both?
That's fine, both. These three female options for Trump's VP, who would you rather have? Nikki Haley, Christie Noem, or Tulsi Gabbard? If those were the three options, and let's say Trump is absolutely committed to picking a female VP, my guess right now is that more people in that poll that we put up would rather have Christie Noem or Tulsi Gabbard over Nikki Haley.
Christie Noem
There's no question about that.
But Christie Noem, and I like her. Remember, she was here, and we met her, and she's lovely. But she has some weird baggage that I'm not going to get into, that I don't want to believe. But too many people say it, and Corey Lewandowski, that little wiry little runt.
The rumor
skinny little
was that she was having an affair.
Ew.
With him.
And that her husband moved out of the governor's mansion. She's also, yes, she is a governor, but of kind of a lower energy state. I mean, Nikki Haley has been in it. She has more gravitas. And so for Christie Noem, I wish her the best, and I know that she'll be around and hopefully work out this baggage. But that baggage is nasty, and it's just, I just think there are some files and pictures that it's not going to happen. And so with Tulsi Gabbard, I just don't see Tulsi. I don't see that happening. And she, in her heart, is a Democrat. And remember, I mean, it's Lincoln-esque. Remember Lincoln Johnson, who was a Democrat. That didn't go well. I just think that Trump, in truth, at the end of the day, Nikki Haley is the best choice for him. And I do think that's what's going to happen.
I don't. I mean, there's a lot of chatter here about this on the YouTube chat. JC3 says Trump Haley, I would stay home.
No, you wouldn't.
No, you wouldn't.
No, you wouldn't.
And if you do,
I'm
you're
calling
a loser.
you out.
You're a bum.
No, you're not a bum.
Yes, you are. Because that's
just
a vote. That means more for Biden. We can't do that. I'm staying home.
You know what that reaction is?
Don't call this show if you stay home.
The reaction is, and I get it. I do. I get it. That reaction is like when you're a kid and your mom says, you're wearing those shoes. And you're like, I'm not wearing those shoes.
I'm not going to school today.
Yeah, you're doing it. You're wearing those shoes and you're going to school. So it's going to happen.
Remember, Trump posted on Truth just a few days ago. He goes, I like my people America first. Nikki not so much.
What does Nikki Haley get him? You know what I mean? Like, I I understood the Mike Pence thing, but what does Nikki Haley get him?
The way she is positioned the abortion message, maybe that brings over some females that were maybe anti-pro-life, that like the way Nikki frames it, that maybe is enough to get some of the suburban mom votes.
By the way, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. The poll is up right now. Who should be Trump's VP, Nikki Haley? Is it who should be or who will be?
Who will be?
Who will? Yeah.
Who will be? Because remember, I'm going to say this. Okay, first of all, Nikki Haley, she's a female. She does check the boxes. But I will say this as well. She gets the South. She's Southern Christian, husband, serving, military, son, military. She also, I'm just going to say this because Trump is a big TV guy, TV star, TV guy, image guy, and he's from that era, right? And so look at the look, okay? Because Trump loves that. He loves the look. And the look is that he is with a female who he's next to now, and the look is of diversity and of somebody who, remember, because she's Indian American.
Yeah, but do you think the average person that's oblivious knows that Nikki's a minority?
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely.
Because, like, if I just see Nikki Haley and I knew nothing about her, I would have thought that was like an older version of Kelly Kapowski from Saved by the Bell.
No, they believe me, and they do research on all of this, and in television, the research is extensive, and Trump, having been working for NBC Network for 17 years with a hit show, is very well aware of that type of research. I have no doubt that his team is doing that research currently, and they'll look at that. But I just, for multiple reasons, think it will be Nikki Haley, and also he knows her. She worked for him, and she tends to be gracious. She is a Southern lady.
Trump has too many people in his inner circle that would steer him away from Tulsi Gabbard. I'm telling you right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm sorry, not Tulsi Gabbard, Nikki Haley.
Oh.
Yes. He has too many people in his inner circle that would steer him away from, including his son. Don Jr. has been on record saying that, like, I would fight that.
I know they're on record now. But let's move forward, and he's the guy, and he has to look at this.
So you're admitting then that the Trump team is disingenuous then, because one minute they hate her, the next minute they don't.
It's all
a
politics.
process.
It's all politics.
Greg, it's a process. Trust the process.
Trust
You're
the
in
process.
Philadelphia.
That's right. 10 years in, no results. But anyway, so like you said, well, Trump's going to, Nikki will deliver the South. Trump has the South, though, right? Trump has the red states.
Nikki Haley will deliver nothing.
Well, here's my point. Who is the VP out there that could help Trump win the battleground states? Is there somebody out there that can secure Pennsylvania or Michigan or Wisconsin or Arizona or Nevada? Or we look at this cluster of 6 or 7 states that are absolutely going to decide this razor-thin margin. That, to me, should be the calculus. Who gives us the best chance to win these swing states? I don't need reinforcements in Florida. I got Florida. I've got South. I've got, well, maybe not Georgia. I've got Alabama. I've got Mississippi. Like, I don't think Nikki does anything for that.
I will say,
if Trump wants to win, he needs women.
He does need women. I mean, I will say this. I love Byron Donalds. I do love him. But I think, to your point, I think Trump will choose a woman.
Well, who does he need more? Does he need the black vote or the female vote?
The female vote.
Because Byron Donald, I think, certainly helps with the black vote.
There are more women than men in this country. Just remember that.
Yeah. Here's the thing. Women love men. Women are weird. American women are just weird.
I agree
so
with that.
They have to parse through this. When I look at this,
you guys are
my
really
instinct.
Pissing off
I know
the YouTube
I know
chat.
I
It's
am.
amazing. It is amazing.
I know I am. And let's just be honest.
Too many damn women.
Let's be honest here. That VPs don't win the election.
Of course not.
So I'm just telling you, my instinct is that it'll be Nikki Haley. That she will be the VP. And so when Christie said that, because that's his worst nightmare. That's his worst nightmare.
It is. There is. I will bet both of you $200 that it is not Nikki Haley as his vice president.
I agree with you. So
I'm not going to make that bet because I have no idea.
Right.
It's just my instinct right now. But there are others I love. I just have the feeling it'll be her.
The problem is that there's too many people who are turned off by Nikki Haley in the Trump base. that could not vote for him if he chooses her.
That's not going to happen.
As opposed to what she brings to the table.
It's not going to happen. Nobody who wants Trump is going to be turned away from voting for him. That because of her, because of a Veep.
Oh,
it's not going to happen.
So wrong.
No, I'm not wrong about that.
So you don't believe that guy in the YouTube chat that he's going to stay home?
No, because you know what? I am a Trump supporter. Nothing could turn me away from voting for him because I'm not just voting for Trump. I'm voting for my country and my kids.
Mm-hmm. Boom. Mic drop.
Okay. Well, James Carville, the Raging Cajun.
Yeah.
He was on with Anderson Cooper last night.
Oh, Bill Clinton, 1992 guy.
He says that he believes that Trump will underperform expectations in Iowa. He still thinks that Trump will win Iowa, but it's not going to be by the margin that everybody's laying out. This has cut 16 guys go.
And James, President Biden has made the former president's efforts to overturn the election a centerpiece of his reelection campaign. Is that a smart strategy in your mind?
Well, it's on a strategy, yes. I mean, we did Bidenomics and we did democracy. Now it's fine. I mean, I don't have a problem at all. What I'm going to do is take this opportunity to make a further fool of myself and predict that Trump will underperform expectations in Iowa. I think the opposition, Mr. Vanderplatz, I don't know very little about Republican primary caucus voters in Iowa, but they seem to me to be pretty well organized and pretty committed. And it's going to be 0 degrees. And I'll just go out there and say I think I'm not saying he's going to lose, but he might not win by as much as expected.
So that's where we're at right now. He's not going to lose, but he's not going to win by this big margin.
Well, Mr. Carville, I reckon what makes you a fool is wearing that LSU hat on TV, sir.
Oh, he's a huge LSU fan. Come on, buddy.
And as an Alabama fan, I can't stand for that. But anyway, back to the relevant stuff that matters. So who cares if Trump wins by 40 points or wins by 22 points? I mean, Trump's going to win. I think DeSantis will show relatively well and respectably in Iowa. I still don't think DeSantis will drop post-Iowa. I think we're probably 4 to 6 weeks away from, I think you guys laid out the timeline in the calendar yesterday when we were talking about when DeSantis could drop out. But no, I think Trump's going to win, and I don't really care whether or not he wins by what the polls say or less than what they say.
And by the way, Trump loves winners. And so if Nikki Haley outperforms all the expectations and she's a formidable candidate, he respects that.
Did he make Ted Cruz his running mate?
Well, Ted, that's different.
Why?
That's different because...
God, I could never see Ted Cruz as a vice president.
No.
Oh, my God. Too much of a clown show.
No, I mean, he just wasn't the right one. But
he's a goof.
He's a brilliant guy. I
like him. He's just it's hard to take him serious sometimes. A little dog and pony show with him sometimes.
I'm just saying all of this, it's a campaign. It's a tough campaign. And so with Nikki Haley, she's in there. She's a fighter, and she remains classy. And that's important.
It just worries me the way the mainstream portrays Nikki. You know, we remember when we laid out for you in the big take when I said I was out on Nikki. I think this was to begin the new year. It feels like it's been forever ago. This is probably January 2nd when I said I was done with Nikki Haley, where Vivek laid out the blueprint about all of the companies and the way the media, and he basically labeled Nikki Haley a Trojan horse. And once I saw that BlackRock and Vanguard and companies like that were getting behind Nikki Haley, that should raise a red flag to everybody out there that wants to get away from these establishment swamp creatures. And I thought Vivek was really astute with how he portrayed Nikki. And this would be the way that they could sit there and say, see, we're not partisan. We back a Republican. Why? Because I think there's a lot of Nikki Haley that's very controllable, pro-China. There's just a lot of red flags. Like I said, in the big take, the more you hear and read and see and listen to people, you get a better read on these people. That's why I'm out on Nikki Haley as president.
Yeah, but if she's controllable, like you say, first of all, when you're the Veep, you are essentially making public appearances. Okay, you are somebody who's out there who the president is leading things, and it's Trump's show.
Sure.
So it's not her show at all. But I do think that I think that what she represents and the way that she represents it could indeed attract some of those independents, some of those women voters who are on the fence about Trump. So she softens him up a little bit. And so I think there's that. And I also think it's significant if she speaks out and says, in her own words, in her own way, and she does have that Southern ladylike way.
Mm-hmm.
And she says, hey, I've worked for him. And although, yes, he can be brash, and although sometimes I don't appreciate some of his tweets, look at his policies. And when she has advocated for him in the past, and if she would do that now, I think that's a powerful message that if it could be authentic and if she would go for that, I think that a Trump-Haley ticket would be formidable.
Okay.
We talked about this a little bit in the 6 o'clock hour, but I'm going to play the audio now. Trump attorney John Sauer argued before the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals on Tuesday, telling a 3-judge panel the former president should be immune from his ongoing federal prosecution for attempting to overturn the 2020 election. The lawyer claimed Trump's actions are covered by presidential immunity because they were done in his official capacity as president and because the Senate did not convict him for it. This is Judge Florence Pan asking Sauer if the conception of presidential immunity would extend to political assassinations. This is what made all the news yesterday. This is how that sounded. There's no video of it. It's just it's just audio.
Yep.
This is cut 13A. Phil, go.
I asked you a yes or no question. Could a president who ordered SEAL Team 6 to assassinate a political rival who was not impeached, would he be subject to criminal prosecution?
If he were impeached and convicted first. And
so your answer is
no. My answer is qualified yes. There's a political process that would have to occur under the structure of our Constitution, which would require impeachment and conviction by the Senate. In these exceptional cases, as the OLC memo itself points out from the Department of Justice, you'd expect a speedy impeachment and conviction. But what the founders were much more worried about than using criminal prosecution to discipline presidents was what James Madison calls in Federalist Number 47, the newfangled and artificial treasons. They were much more concerned about the abuse of the criminal process for political purposes to disable the presidency from factions and political opponents. And of course, that's exactly what we see in this case.
All right, so he's referring to Federalist number 47 there. So there's differing takeaways from what transpired yesterday from those in the know that were in that room. I mentioned earlier in the 6:30 segment that there was one person that was there from Fox that thought this was the arguments made by the special counsel were not necessarily rejected, but weren't viewed as favorably by these 3 justices, whereas Turley's takeaway was that Trump's legal team and their arguments were not hitting home with, I guess, the precedent and the framework they used to position why Trump believes he has immunity in this. I think at the end of the day, what's going to happen is this is going to go to the Supreme Court. We are never going to see that March trial date. And we are probably, I would be willing to bet that this is, I'm just going to throw a percentage out, 80 to 90% likely that this will not be concluded before the election concludes in November.
Fox News legal analyst Jonathan Turley was on the network yesterday, and he told the hosts that Donald Trump's latest legal argument doesn't pass the smell test. This is what he said on Fox News yesterday, cut 13B, Phil.
Is that the case, Jonathan? Can a president, under certain circumstances, order the assassination of a political rival and receive immunity for it?
I don't believe it is the case. This was really, I think, very illustrative of how the argument went. It was a series of jump scares. Both sides were presenting these parades of horribles that would come if you don't accept our argument. I think what was clear to me from the argument was that probably Trump's this argument of impeachment first, prosecution later is a dead letter with the panel. I don't believe
that the judges agreed that you needed a conviction to ever prosecute a president. But there's still a lot of ambiguity there. The question is what the court described in Nixon versus Fitzgerald as the outer parameters of presidential authority or duties. And the question is, does this fit within that gray area? Because the Supreme Court and the lower courts have struggled for this, and it's not clear. And so there's legitimate debate here. I did not come away thinking the panel was likely to rule with the former president. At some points, they seem to be debating more as to whether I'm going to use a sledgehammer or a stiletto. I mean, they were arguing what is the best grounds for getting rid of this appeal. But, you know, we really don't know, and time will tell. But what is clear is that it won't take much time.
So you have Michelle Childs, Karen Henderson, Florence Pan are the three panel judges, two of which are Biden appointed. So if this appeal does not go in Trump's favor, he can appeal it to the court of last resort, which is the Supreme Court of the United States. Although I'm trying to figure out, and maybe you guys know this, what assassination are they referencing here? Or assassination attempt, I should say.
It's just like a hypothetical.
These are hypotheticals.
Okay.
Although Trump brought up, and it was brought up, Trump brought up, you know, when Obama did those drone strikes.
That's what I thought he was referring to, but that wouldn't be an assassination attempt. That was a military strike.
They're just saying, like, if somebody did that,
yeah,
I took that as a hypothetical. But you know, if you look back through George W. Bush, Iraq, you look at Obama, the drones, the drone strikes, which were deadly, and even Americans, by the way, were killed in those, and nobody talks about that. So those were some of the things I know that Trump brought up afterwards, where he's saying, you know, are you going to say that all these individuals then could be tried for murder?
Right. Well, if the Supreme Court of the United States is struggling and wrestling with legal concepts, then I would imagine the rest of us in America are, because you know, they're the most intelligent justices on the planet.
Yesterday on The View, they were discussing Trump, and they say that if Joy Behar says that if Trump wins, it's the media's fault, and Whoopi Goldberg said that Trump will disappear journalists and gay folks.
Right. Disappear them.
He's Hitler, I tell you. He's Hitler.
Cut 15, guys, go.
What I wish is that the media would take these people on. I know you might have talked about it yesterday, but I wasn't here. I'm watching Meet the Press with that annoying Stefanik woman calling these insurrectionists on January 6th hostages. Okay, they were there voluntarily. They're not hostages. And whoever was in that seat did not say those are not hostages.
That was disappointing because she is an excellent journalist,
come on.
but
if
she
you
dropped
don't
the ball.
confront these
there.
people on their lies in the media, we will lose this.
She dropped the ball on that
I'm
interview.
sorry.
No,
That's okay. That's all right. But I'm here to say it's ours to lose. It is this country. This is what it's all about. Either you want it to work forward thinking, you want everybody to have the ability to say how they feel, what they want to move forward, or you don't. Or you want somebody who says, I'm going to be on day one, I'm going to be a dictator. Who says it to you, tells you, I'm going to put you people away. I'm going to take all the journalists, I'm going to take all the gay folks, I'm going to move you all around and disappear you. If that's the country you want, you know who to vote for. If that's not the country you want, you have to make a decision.
Look at all the SEALs in there yucking it up, clapping like little puppets. So, all right, here's what Trump's going to do. We're going to take the journalists. They're going to disappear like Jimmy Hoffa. And then all the gay people, we're going to stick you in this closet, and you're going to stay there for the rest of eternity. That's according to Whoopi Goldberg. That's what she thinks is going to happen. Maybe Joy should just call it a day. I think Joy's, 82, 83? Maybe it's time for Joy just to retire and stay on vacation permanently. I love how Whoopi has the audacity to say, if you want to have the right and be able to say what you want to say, well, then you need to vote for Joe Biden. Has she been asleep for the last 3.5 years? Because under Joe Biden, a lot of people haven't been able to say what they want to say freely without being suppressed and censored.
Yesterday, we found out that Secretary Lloyd Austin, his health issue was that he had prostate cancer, and he went in for surgery, and there were some complications with it. We also found out yesterday that the Biden administration learned yesterday that he had this condition and what happened. So there's a few cuts from that yesterday. The press briefing, John Kirby started off, and he and Steve Doocy, or Peter Doocy, whatever, went at it and discussed about the defense secretary's health status, and this is how that sounded. Cut 4, Phil, go.
For all the detail on that, but more broadly, why should we believe anything that this administration tells us about anything ever again?
I think we all recognize, and I think the Pentagon has been very, very honest with themselves about the challenge to credibility by what has transpired here, and by how hard it was for them to be fully transparent with the American people. I think we all recognize that. And wait, now just give me a second now. I know you got another one coming here, but we all recognize that this didn't unfold the way it should have on so many levels, not just the notification process up the chain of command, but the transparency issue. We all recognize that. And I think we all want to make sure we learn from that. It's up to you and your colleagues, and it's up to the American people to determine, how much they're going to ascribe what happened here to our credibility on every single issue. But in every way, Secretary Austin has been an exceptional defense secretary, and he still has the full faith and confidence of the commander-in-chief. He has led the department at an incredibly dangerous time for our national security interests and those of our allies and partners.
But if the administration is going to go to such great lengths to keep secrets about the defense secretary's health, how can anybody be certain that the administration would not go to the same lengths to keep secret problems with President Biden's health in the future?
If you could logically argue, and you can't, but if you could logically argue that
He's 81 years old.
Wait a second. Just give me a second here, bub. I'll get there.
Bub.
If the administration made some sort of Machiavellian effort across the board to keep this from getting public, then I think your question has merit and certainly is a fair one. I don't think it's a fair one because that's not what happened here, Peter. What happened here is the Secretary of Defense, for whatever reason, I can't answer the question why, that information wasn't shared. It wasn't shared widely in the department, and it certainly wasn't shared with the interagency.
No,
It's not good. It's certainly not good, which is why, again, we want to learn from this. We want to make sure that it doesn't happen again.
Now, hang on a second, young whippersnapper Doocy number 2. I'm not done yet. I know you got another one in the chamber. I'll tell you what, early on there, he was really struggling. He could have used Kareen's binder for a moment. He needed some binder assistance there. But here's the thing, and I do think this is a bad spot for John Kirby. This is a bad spot for Kareen Jean-Pierre because they have bad facts. And there's no way to sugarcoat it. This is what you've been handed. This is what you have to try to spin to the American public. But there really looks like a breakdown in the chain of command and communication here between the White House and the Pentagon. Because you have Lloyd Austin, the Secretary of Defense, who is technically the 6th in charge, right? If you look at the hierarchy from Biden down to the vice president, down to 3, 4, 5, and Lloyd Austin is number 6. But my question is, and we still don't have the answer to this, and we'll never get the answer. This was not an elective procedure, technically. Prostate cancer, you got to address that. So if I ever came to the conclusion that a doctor told me, hey, Nick Kayal, you've got prostate cancer, which, by the way, man, start getting checked for that when you're told to do it because it could save your life. Like, I would go to Greg Stocker and say, hey, boss, I have prostate cancer. I'm going to be out for the next 7 days. I'm having a procedure. Like, I don't understand why you would hide that from Joe Biden. Like, what's Joe Biden going to do? What's Joe Biden going to say? No, you can't have it. We've got our troops under attack in Syria and Iraq. You can't have your prostate taken, removed, or whatever surgical procedure being done. Like, how do you explain this? We've got 2 wars going on. We've got troops all over the place. Troops that are under attack in the Middle East right now. American soldiers that are dealing with traumatic brain injuries from some of these attacks. And Joe Biden and the White House are oblivious as to where the Secretary of Defense is?
Karine Jean-Pierre was also asked about this. How did the president go 5 days without knowing what his defense secretary was doing or what was happening to him? I should say, cut 5, Phil, go.
How did the president not know until this morning that it was cancer? How did 5 days go without knowing the diagnosis?
That is something that we're trying to find. No, I hear you, but that is something that we are going to get a sense of this process.
They're going to get a sense.
That's why they're going to do a review. Yeah. That's why the Pentagon's going to do a review. That's why the Chief of Staff put out a memo to to the cabinets on protocols here to get a sense of how they've been moving with this process and how we're going to continue to move forward. We do not want this to happen again, obviously, but we're going to get a better sense once the Pentagon does the 30-day review.
Better sense.
President takes this seriously.
Obviously, this is not something we want to see.
Yeah, obviously.
Could you imagine if Donald Rumsfeld didn't tell George Bush that he was having a liver procedure done or heart surgery?
But this is a lot. Well, first and foremost, to me, this confirms that John Kirby is the real White House press secretary, and she's number one. Number two,
she's a puppet.
Number two, thank God prostate cancer has a high cure rate, 95% in the first year and something like 80% overall. And so thank God it's very curable, so he's going to be okay. But the cancer is not the issue. Prostate cancer is not the issue. The truth is that they sent a freaking email. Yep. They sent an email, by all reports, so they find out his wife calls whoever and says, oh my gosh, I just rushed him to the ICU. He's in intensive care. So boom, they call, notify, and he's at Walter Reed, by the way. Right. And so they make the calls, then an email is sent to the number 2. She's on vacation, as we've said.
Yeah, she's in Puerto Rico.
And so, by the way, you don't text, you don't make a phone call. They email her, and apparently she never says, why? What's going on? Is Lloyd okay?
Right.
Like, nobody asks the normal human questions, and then nobody is communicating. I mean, this is that old movie clip, what we have here is a failure to communicate.
Yes, indeed.
This is not on Lloyd. No. This is not his fault. This is on 100% an administration that is an absolute failure. That's what's going on here. And they're trying to make it, it's about the prostate cancer. It's about Lloyd. Shame on him. So-and-so didn't communicate. No. This is on the commander-in-chief. This is your administration, and your administration is a hot mess. That's what that is.
And let's face it, there's a protocol in every line of work with a chain of command. If Greg's out, Anthony runs the board. If Anthony's unavailable for some reason and Greg's unavailable, I would assume Phil's the next man up. For the Scioli show, if Matt DeSantis is out, then Henry would be like. The fact that there could be this level of it seems like there's just a major blockade between the Pentagon and the White House. And by the way, sending an email is one thing, but it's not really a truly aggressive way of you go out of your way. Hey, if I'm going to be out, I might send an email, a text, or how about doing what we used to do back in the day and pick up the stinking phone?
Because I think, and also it's a military chain of command, and this is the commander-in-chief. But to me, this just shows us, it reveals to us that they don't view him as the commander-in-chief. They view him because they're running things without him or running around him.
The whole administration is ran without him.
And so ultimately, it's run without him, and they think, don't wake up Grandpa.
Yeah.
One more on this. Dr. Mark Siegel was on Fox News yesterday saying that the Biden administration, to Dawn's point, is being dishonest, and that Austin surgery was major and non-elective. Because that was the debate back and forth, too. This is cut 12, guys, go.
Yes, and Martha, good to be with you. And I have to tell you, I think there's more obfuscation going on here. Even now, I'll explain. First of all, Secretary Austin should have come forward because 2.5 times more black men get prostate cancer than white men, and 2.5 times die more. And we're trying forever in the doctor's office to increase our screening. So he could have been and still can be a spokesperson for that fact. Secondly, they call this an elective procedure, but this is major surgery from the way I'm reading it. Minimally invasive, to me, that implies they use the robot, the Da Vinci robot, which is a huge huge step forward. So it can be done through 2 very small incisions, if I'm right, that they used a Da Vinci, and you don't lose a lot of blood, and it's a major, major step forward, and he's probably cured. We pray to God that he's cured. But that is not what I would call an elective procedure, even if technically it is, because you don't have to have it emergently. People think of nose jobs as elective procedures or something cosmetic. This is elective technically, but I think it's the wrong term to use. And minimally invasive implies it's minor when it shows biotechnological advances that we can now do that. Then to your question, he develops an infection which can happen after any surgery. And then, they thought it was urinary at first. Then they found fluid in the abdomen, and it was pushing on the bowel, and they had to decompress the bowel while they treated the infection. Again, modern medicine came to the rescue, and thank God he seems to be okay. This can happen after major surgery like this.
But I would argue what cannot continue to happen is to have these PR nightmares for this Biden administration. They're terrible at public speaking. They're terrible at transparency. They are very aloof. They reject notions. And they just flat out, from a spin standpoint, they take an issue or a mistake and they compound it 10 times over. And the people they send up to the podium to speak, like I've said, John Kirby's a good speaker. He's good at saying a whole bunch of nothing. Karine Jean-Pierre is a bad speaker and bad at saying nothing.
I got to tell you guys that, even in my job, for as stupid as what we do is, and I say that tongue in cheek, non-important, I mean, if I were to not tell the corporate bosses here that Nick Kayal or Don Stensland or Rich Zioli or Dom Giordano was having major surgery and they were going to be out for whatever, I failed to tell them that, there'll be hell to pay.
I would think prostate cancer rises to the level of where you inform. Now, I mean, did Lloyd Austin not tell whoever that email was sent to that it was prostate cancer? Because then I wonder, is it like a HIPAA thing where you have the right to not to say what the procedure is to your, quote, employer or boss? I guess that would be a valid question to ask. I don't know the context of the email. We're not privy to what was actually said in that email, but that I would want to know. So, all right. That'll do it for round number 1 of the cut sheet. But I'm telling you, Greg, if I ever do have prostate cancer, God forbid, I will let you know that I do, and you will get the proper chain of command.
I appreciate it.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
All right.
Get your regular checkups. 1 in 7 men.
Yeah, when do you start that? At 40 or 50 is when they say?
Usually before 40, especially if there's any family history.
Okay.
But isn't prostate cancer where you cough?
That's where they stick the thing up your keister, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where you cough. But
so wait, they start that at 40?
No, I think that started earlier than 40.
No, I thought that was 50.
So. I actually think it's later.
Yeah, I think it's 50. Because if it's 40, I'm due, and I don't know that I really want to have something rammed up my...
Well, but it depends. A lot of that depends on family history.
Right.
Because it's highly, it's genetic.
Yeah. All right, that'll do it for the cut sheet. Part 1, Part 2 coming up 1 hour from now. We'll come back, get Dawn Stensland's Big 3 at 8 after this on Kayal and Company. Stay right there.
You can make the decision right now to get lasting relief from that awful joint pain for 2024. Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Don't go another year compromising because of that pain in your knees or maybe your shoulder. Just call my friends at QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative, non-surgical pain relief. Your body has everything it needs to restore and repair that damaged joint tissue, and QC Kinetics can make it happen. No drugs, no surgery, no downtime. Hundreds of board-certified QC Kinetics providers have treated tens of thousands of satisfied patients across America. This is not a Band-Aid. This is a revolutionary treatment which gets you moving again and gets your life back. And listen, it's non-surgical. If this is the year you decide to fight back against that pain, take the first step now. Just call QC Kinetics. Get a free consultation on the calendar today. Do it. Call 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Major phone carriers make you sign contracts with rigid data plans to trap you into a kind of forced phonogamy. Sounds pretty insecure if you ask me. At Consumer Cellular, we believe in a more consensual and healthy form of phonogamy, free of contracts and more flexible to your data needs. This way, you stick around not because we force you to with contracts and fees, but because you love our phone plans. Like ardently love our phone plans. Phonogamously. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels, New York. And for psychics, think California Psychics. You want the best, you go to the best. At California Psychics, home of free spirits and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. That's why we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. You've been hearing me talk about Rescue Supplements for years. Well, Rescue Natural Supplements has launched a free personalized health survey that prioritizes all of your health goals. Whether you've been taking Rescue products for years or don't know where to start, in just 5 minutes, discover tailored Rescue supplements that will fill the gaps in your nutritional needs. That means no more guessing on products at the store or ignoring these issues altogether. The best part? Right now, you get a whopping 50% off recommended products after completing the survey. To get started, go to res-q.life. Again, that's res-q.life. Or call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Get help from a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant. I took the short survey. Let me tell you, I was blown away to see my results, so don't wait. Visit res-q.life and get 50% off recommended products today.
Vacation?
My daughter started making necklaces. She makes what we call affirmation fashion. I tell her every day that your black is beautiful. Your black is beautiful. And if there's anything better than being beautiful, it's being smart. If there's anything better than being smart, it's being kind. And reaffirming that every day is our method of making sure her chin never drops. My dad wasn't around, and I remember riding a bike and falling off and cutting myself, and me never just wanting to get back on it. People ask, how your children learn how to ride a bike, and you didn't. I didn't teach them. I just created an environment where they taught themselves, and all I had to do was be there.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council. How much do you worry about your debt?
With over $15,000 I owe, constantly it keeps me awake at night.
Accelerated debt settlement can cut your debt by up to 85% and in as little as 7 to 12 months.
I could be free of debt in no time?
That's right. Other debt settlement companies can take years to negotiate down your debt, but accelerated debt settlement moves fast.
The sooner I don't have to stress about my debt, the better.
Exactly. In just months, Accelerated Debt Settlement's legal team will negotiate your unsecured debt down 60, 80, even 100%. Your debt from credit cards, student loans, timeshares, medical expenses, and more cut down 60, 80, even 100%. And you'll save thousands of dollars in interest payments.
Finally, there's a light at the end of the tunnel.
And a good night's sleep.
Now get free of debt in a year or less with Accelerated Debt Settlement. Just call 1-888-959-4495 and we'll get to work for you. That's 1-888-959-4495. 1-888-959-4495.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Welcome back in, Kayal and Company, live here on a Wednesday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. 855-839-1210 is how you climb in. Social media at 1210 WPHT. Morning mystery movie clip coming up at 9:20. Another chance for you to secure some tickets to the Philadelphia Auto Show. Also, still ahead this morning, what's on tap for the Dawn Show, who on Twitter and YouTube today, and what's on the cut sheet part due. Also, we have some updates with Epstein and also Epps in the news. Jeffrey Epstein, Ray Epps news coming up in just a little bit. And also some updates from the big take of last week where I said it was over for diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives in America. We will give you all the DEI updates as people are bailing left and right, both locally, which we mentioned last week with the Philadelphia Police Department, but also comments from big corporations like Lululemon and what other businesses are doing as they try to pivot away from the toxicity and failures of DEI. But right now, let's get some news. 8:42. It's time for Dawn Stensland's Big Three at 8:42.
It's the Big 3 at 8 on Kayal and Company.
On this Wednesday morning, our big sponsor this hour, this Wednesday morning, January 10th, as the water recedes and the cleanup of the storms continues with flooded roads and school closings, sponsored by American Heritage Credit Union in our Big Three. Number one, since you've talked a lot about Trump, we have a lot of Trump news this morning, but for the first time, Donald J. Trump is appearing live on Fox for a big town hall. And so this will be live this evening, and it changes today when Trump appears live on the network. This is the first time for this big town hall in Des Moines ahead of the Iowa caucuses.
So we had DeSantis last night, Nikki Haley on Monday, and Trump tonight. Okay. Well, does it say what time Trump is? Because DeSantis was in the 6 o'clock hour last night. Does it say what time Trump's on, or is that a Hannity thing?
Yes, no, this is a town hall. So
Okay.
I believe this is another one
Brett
on
and
Fox
Martha?
with Brett and Martha.
Okay, so I would assume that would be the 6 o'clock hour.
So
Good.
I believe it is 6. I'm going to check on that for you.
Okay.
Town hall monitors. Yeah. Brett Baer, Martha McCallum, and it's airing tonight, Town Hall Live. And, you know, all the headlines now. Can the moderators control Trump?
Oh, boy.
But it's a real first. It'll air because they had been doing pre-taped interviews and we had seen him on Hannity.
Mhm.
But those, maybe people thought those on Hannity were all live.
Well, last night was definitely live because they cut Brett Baer and DeSantis off right at 7 o'clock to go to Laura Ingraham. I mean, mid-sentence, like, well, we got to go, bye.
But I meant with Trump because remember they settled that $787.5 million lawsuit
Mhm.
with the, with the voting machines and so on and so forth. So I think that was part of it, that they wanted everything buttoned up and controlled. But this will be live this evening. I believe it is in the 6 p.m. hour.
Okay.
I'll confirm that for you. So we've talked a lot about Trump in court yesterday, and there's a lot swirling around that and a lot of reaction from that this morning. But I want to get to some other Trump news that's happening. And this is, first of all, on a very sad note, we have the announcement from Trump and Mrs. Trump on social media that the mother of the former First Lady Melania Trump has died. She died last night, and Trump confirmed that on social media. Amalia Knobs. Of course, she and her husband, Mr. and Mrs. Knobs, spent time in the White House, and some beautiful statements. The First Lady had tweeted out that her mother carried herself with grace, warmth, and dignity. So a lot of prayers for the former First Family, and obviously for their grandson, Barron Trump, as well. So she had put out that it was with great sadness she announced the passing of her beloved mother.
But by the way, did you recall or did you see the picture around the holidays where the Trumps and the Trump family took a big holiday picture? And there was two observations. One, that Melania was absent from the photo. But the one I'm referencing is, because you mentioned Barron. Did you see how tall Barron Trump is?
6'7".
I'm telling you what, when I saw the first time I met Dan Borowski, I was like, dude, how are you not an athlete? How are you not like a basketball player? Like if Barron Trump can't dunk a basketball and do something in athletics, and maybe he does play sports, I have no idea. Like talk about a waste of height. I saw him, like, my God, he towers over everybody.
Well, look at his parents. I mean,
Yeah, well, Trump's pretty tall, right?
Yeah, he's I think 6'3",
Okay.
and she's very tall, obviously. So, speaking of Melania Trump. Trump recently, we heard from his personal physician, which is a New Jersey doctor, Bruce Ehrenwald, who had written that he was pleased to report, Trump's good health, that he had lost weight and reportedly dropped about 30 pounds. So a lot of people have said, well, how did he lose his weight? Well, now there are these reports coming out that it's Melania, that Melania has been working on her husband to help him to, lose. And he wanted to lose the weight, I think. And Trump alluded to the fact that he was stress eating because he doesn't smoke, he doesn't drink. But I guess he loves that buffet at Mar-a-Lago. And he loves chocolate cake, and he loves it a la mode to put scoops of he loves that ice cream.
Wait.
Trump.
He loves what ice cream?
He loves to put vanilla ice cream, 2 scoops of vanilla ice cream on the chocolate cake at the Mar-a-Lago buffet.
So Trump is a vanilla ice cream guy, and Joe likes chocolate chip. All
Well,
right.
I think he only likes the ice cream sundaes with the chocolate topping. Yeah, I think Trump is a chocolate guy.
Yeah.
As far as chocolate cake.
Well, as far as ice cream goes, though, I've always said this, and it's a very unpopular opinion, but that's kind of what I'm known for. Not by design, just naturally contrarian. I love pistachio nut ice cream. I think pistachio nut ice cream is the king of ice creams.
Wait, that's the green?
The green one.
I
yeah.
love that too.
Oh, I love
But
it.
it's not but it has to have the dark chocolate chunks.
What does?
The pistachio ice cream.
No, it doesn't have the chocolate. That's the actual pistachio nut that's in there. You're thinking of like mint chocolate chip ice cream where it's green with the dark chunks of chocolate chips. No, pistachio nut ice cream is with the actual pistachios in there.
But you got to either have chocolate chunks or you got to put chocolate in it.
Oh no.
And then it's delish.
I'm going straight nuts here, Dawn. I want all the nuts.
I love it. I love it.
Pistachios are expensive.
That's true, but they're very good for you.
They are.
I will say.
I love cracking the shells and eating them.
So there we go. So, Donald, you may not have no chocolate cake, no chocolate ice cream, no a la mode for you, says Melania. So that there are some people crying foul, saying no, everybody has Ozempic and that, but apparently all of the Mar-a-Lago people say that buffet is very tempting.
I would imagine
so he
it
was
is.
grazing at the buffet. I will just put in here number 3 that New Jersey delivered his 2024 State of the State address yesterday, and kicking off the legislative year, followed by, in a few weeks, his budget address. So claiming a real victory lap here when more people are moving out of New Jersey. But at one point he actually says, well, a lot of New Yorkers are moving across the bridge to New Jersey. So looking at Governor Phil Murphy.
Imagine leaving New York saying, I'm going to get a little bit of a reprieve here. I'm going to move to Jersey.
Yes, absolutely. So we've got all that going on. By the way, I should mention, because we're talking about the Veep candidates, the reason I did not mention Arkansas Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders earlier when we talked about the Veep and Nikki Haley.
Because she doesn't soften the edges of Trump?
Nope. It's because she canceled last night. She's endorsed Trump, and she and her dad, her famous father, were supposed to be stumping for Trump in Iowa yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And so initially I thought, ruh-roh, why did they cancel? It was actually because of weather. That's why they didn't go live. There was horrible weather, even snow in Arkansas, which is unheard of.
Yes, it is.
So that's why the Huckabees were not able to travel to Iowa for that huge event that had been announced last week and planned.
Mm-hmm.
So I just wanted to clarify that one.
Okay. Unlike Dean Phillips, who had nobody show up at one of his gatherings. Did you see that?
No.
Yeah. Not that, I don't know why he was expecting anybody to show up.
Really?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I did not see
I
that.
saw that in the news as well.
But I would say that she would be a Veep choice. She worked for Trump. She has endorsed him, but she was supposed to be stumped. So will she still come this week? I don't have those answers.
After your big 3, we have some social media comments. A lot of people weighing in on this VP conversation.
Oh, goody.
We'll get to some of them.
So American Heritage Credit Union is our sponsor, increasing your spending power in 2024 with an American Heritage Credit Union Cash Rewards MasterCard. Now through January 31st, 2024, earn 3% cash back on everything you buy. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/credit cards today. Insured by NCUA, Equal Opportunity Lender, Kayal & Company, Big 3.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Speaking of all of the social media reaction to the VP conversation, a slew of people on Twitter weighing in. Road Warrior says, what does Christie or Tulsi get you? Every fist-bumping, lazy white guy that never votes.
It's a very good point.
Funny.
Very good.
Point.
Could be a leader in the clubhouse.
Yep.
Susie says, I hate to part with the two of you, And she tweets at Dawn and myself, but Trump will absolutely not pick Nikki Haley. I, for one, would be extremely disappointed and would find it hard to vote for her on any ticket. He will either pick Elise Stefanik or Sarah Sanders. Also, Murph's mom says, agreed. I do not think Trump supporters would like Nikki Haley on the ticket, but no matter, I will still vote for Trump for whomever he chooses as a running mate. Lori says, I hate Nikki Haley. Tulsi is a solid choice. Lest we forget that Trump used to be a Dem. He changed. Look at Leo Terrell. He changed. I love either Tulsi or Christie Noem. What's that saying? If you aren't a Dem in your youth, blah, 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 blah. Lori's checking in.
Well, I would say, Susie Cool, love you too. I would say this.
Of course, she's the one you pick out.
I know. I have to, because I love Susie. Yeah, okay. But I would say this. That's why I mentioned Sarah Sanders. Sarah Sanders would be my first pick because she delivers so much.
Mm-hmm.
And she's fantastic. She would be fantastic as a VP candidate. We've seen her as Trump's press secretary. She has always remained loyal to Trump. She has endorsed him widely, and she delivers the South. She 100% evangelicals, Christians, that whole faith-based. Her dad, an incredible campaigner and rock solid with that core of voters. And by the way, if you thought Pence delivered any kind of vote like that, certainly the Huckabees both would deliver that. The reason I didn't bring her up earlier was, like I said, I didn't know why. I wanted to make sure, why did she cancel last night? But it genuinely was a very harsh weather situation. And so the Huckabees, that's why they couldn't make it last night.
Lebo says Nikki Haley would make Kamala look like an idiot. I think a jar of mayonnaise would make Kamala Harris look like an idiot. Muggsy Dew says whoever Trump picks for Veep, it needs to be somebody that can run for president in 28 and carry on the agenda. So I would think that he would say Nikki Haley or maybe Ron DeSantis. Of course, DeSantis would never be the option for VP. Robbie PH says I would never vote for Nikki Haley if Trump chose her. Never. Well, Robbie, then have fun with Joe Biden for 4 more years. I don't understand that. I'm not going to vote for somebody because they if the VP is so either the VP matters or it doesn't. Either the VP garners votes or it doesn't. Either the VP could help you win a swing state or it doesn't. If you are of the belief that the VP is nothing more than a figurehead that goes around to do the dirty work or to have press conferences and go on little tours, well, then what does it matter if Trump selects Nikki Haley? I can't imagine anybody. This is what I don't understand about. And this is, Dawn, you're so right about this so many times, where the Democrats, they rally behind, they get it together, and they pull for their person. The fact that any Trump supporter out there who has bitched and moaned for 4 years about Joe Biden would sit out based on who Donald Trump does or does not select as VP is blasphemy to me. If you're one of those people, and Joe gets reelected and you really do sit it out, don't tweet me, don't call me. Forget that I exist. Pretend I'm dead. God. What do you... I'm out. I'm not going to vote for Trump because of Nikki Haley.
Yeah, but now that I know
people, man.
Now that I know that, I'm amending what I said earlier, because now that I've confirmed that the Huckabees it was genuinely a weather event. There was nothing else. That it's Sarah. It's Sarah all the way, and I love her. And you feel something for her. And by the way, as Arkansas governor, she has been amazing. She's the one who came out for the farmers. She talked about, the fact that the Chinese shouldn't be buying farmland.
Yeah.
Talking about even an issue which is huge in farming communities, which is the seeds, who controls the seeds and all of that, and who controls the supply chain. She's been fantastic with that. Also, she's been fantastic with education, Sarah Huckabee Sanders. And even the teachers union likes her there. So she was able to, create some deals there where she improves education and empowers teachers, not their union leaders, but the teachers. And the level of education in Arkansas, which was rock bottom, has been improved. So she's an impressive governor, and she has the name, she has the credentials. And so I think I believe that the Veep will be Sarah.
All right, 855-839-1210. Coming up next, final hour is on the way. Bill Clinton, Al Gore, and Gavin Newsom all linked to Epstein. New details on that. And also, what was the punishment and why is the punishment for Ray Epps what it is, or maybe what it is not? We'll get to that as we continue. Final hour, Kayal and Company, next on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I was talking to a gentleman who said he can't believe what a game changer QC Kinetics has been in his life. And for you, I hope that you make the decision right now to get lasting relief from that awful joint pain that you've been suffering with, and do this for the new year, for 2024, the new you. Don't go another year compromising because of that pain. Maybe it's in your knees or your aching back, your shoulder. Call QC Kinetics now. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative, non-surgical pain relief. And your body, believe it or not, your body does have what it needs to restore and repair that damaged joint tissue. QC Kinetics makes it happen. No drugs, no surgery, no downtime. The future of pain treatments has arrived. Hundreds of board-certified QC Kinetics providers treating tens of thousands of satisfied patients like the gentleman I described. And this is really across America and across our region. People suffering with that back pain, hip pain, any pain associated with arthritis, or maybe that past injury that you've never fully recovered from. This is not a Band-Aid. This is a revolutionary breakthrough treatment that gets you moving again and gets your life back. It's non-surgical. So if this is the year you decide to fight back against that pain, take control and take the first step. Do this right now. Call QC Kinetics, get a free consultation, and put this on the calendar today. 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000, QC Kinetics. Just call them. 215-999-3000. Tell them Dolan sent you.
Psychics, think California Psychics. You want the best, you go to the best. At California Psychics, home of free spirits and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. That's why we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Vacation? My daughter started making necklaces. She makes what we call affirmation fashion. I tell her every day that your black is beautiful. Your black is beautiful. And if there's anything better than being beautiful, it's being smart. And if there's anything better than being smart, it's being kind. And reaffirming that every day is our method of making sure her chin never drops. My dad wasn't around. And I remember riding a bike and falling off and cutting myself, and me never just wanting to get back on it. People ask, how your children learn how to ride a bike, and you didn't. I didn't teach them. I just created an environment where they taught themselves, and all I had to do was be there.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief. The best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hello, CNC Heating and Air Conditioning.
Yes, our HVAC system is not heating our home, and our energy bills are sky high. It's time to replace it.
Okay, the good news is CNC is your local Lennox dealer, and our trained technicians will get you running again.
Tell me, is CNC currently running any specials?
Yes, as a thank you, CNC is offering our biggest savings in value this winter. And for a limited time, you can earn up to $2,200 in rebates on a brand new Lennox system.
To take advantage of these savings, go to cc-hvac.com.
So, you got a new gadget over the holidays. Don't forget to listen to your favorite station on Odyssey. Unwrapped a new Amazon Echo or Google Home? Be sure to tell your smart speaker to play your favorite station. Received a new Sonos speaker? Check on Odyssey on the Sonos app for access to hundreds of stations. Got a new phone? Don't forget that the Odyssey app is the only way you can jump to your favorite show with Rewind. No matter what you received this year, listen to your favorites with Odyssey. Download the free Odyssey app today. AUDACY.
National Appliance Warehouse, where exceptional service meets unbeatable prices. Not all big box stores are created equally. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're a full-service store with a showroom 10 times the size of a chain store. Over 100 brands professionally displayed, and always a skilled associate a few steps away. Our team delivers, installs, and offers 0% financing. Our revolutionary Price Assure program monitors chain stores in real time, ensuring our prices are always the lowest. Electronic price tags update instantly if necessary to give you the best value, because we're an easy drive right off 95. Upgrade your home with National Appliance Warehouse, where quality service and unbeatable prices come together for you.
The popular Friends and Family Sale is back at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on GE appliances. Earn up to $3,000 rebate with purchase of select customizable Cafe appliance suites. Shop an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom today.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Kayal and Company, fourth final hour underway here on a Wednesday morning. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your day. Looks pretty nice outside right now. The sun has came up. Beautiful blue skies from this person's vantage point. 855-839-1210, the phone number. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. The Morning Mystery Movie Clip is coming up at 9:20 this morning. Your chance for another pair of tickets to the Philadelphia Auto Show, as we have those all week long. That is coming up January 13th through the 21st. Also, we have our cut sheet part due coming up at the bottom of the hour, as well as another big three, what's on tap, and who won social media today. Stalker, you had something to say?
No.
Okay. I thought I heard you turn your microphone on. So let me get to a couple of things here with two of the big stories. And I want to start with Jeffrey Epstein. We've got more information that seemingly keeps being released kind of day by day. And it involves a couple of Democrats. And then we're going to get to the Ray Epps sentencing that is going to actually happen today via a Zoom sentencing hearing, believe it or not. We'll get to that in just a moment. But two stories from the New York Post. The headline, the first one being, Jeffrey Epstein's sex slave, Virginia Jeffrey, had sex with second prince, claims that she saw Bill Clinton and Al Gore on Pedo Island, documents reveal. They go on to say that Epstein's sex slave, Virginia Roberts Jeffrey, had intercourse with a second prince in France, newly released documents revealed. Jeffrey also infamously claimed that she was pimped out to disgraced Prince Andrew, but also said she had sex with another prince at Epstein's direction, according to a deposition from the lawsuit for 2016. Also, she claims that she twice saw Bill Clinton on Epstein's notorious Caribbean island, Little St. James. And along with that was Al Gore. So now she is claiming that not only was the president, but the vice president there. So that would, if that is accurate and true, We would have Al Gore, who's not only a freak and a pedophile, but also a climate change nut job, who wants to tell you that, you know what, we should take away all of your, gas-powered devices while flying private chartered flights all across the planet. And then, if in fact, because I love how we always have to say this too with Bill Clinton. It's like, well, we don't, allegedly, and there's no wrongdoing. Well, if this lady is correct, and that is clearly her accusation, that would mean that Bill Clinton really is guilty of what many people suspect. But here's the bad look. If you are Gavin Newsom, I think the last thing any Democrat, or really any politician, or not even any politician, any public figure right now, with all of the news out there following these Epstein document dumps, the last thing you want to do is be spotted with Bill Clinton. Yeah. I think that's a very, from a PR standpoint, I think it's in your best interest to stay free and clear of William Clinton. So Bill Clinton was spotted, this is according to the New York Post, palling around with California Governor Gavin Newsom at a luxurious Mexican resort last week, as trove of court documents tied to Jeffrey Epstein pulled the ex-president back into the spotlight. The 42nd president and the Golden State governor, along with his wife, Jennifer Seibel Newsom, were seen riding in a golf cart as they vacationed at the Four Seasons Resort in Tamarindo, Mexico on Friday. That according to photos obtained by the New York Post. Clinton was seen sporting a multicolored short-sleeve shirt and a pair of blue shorts while carrying a Panama hat as the sun was shining. Photos obtained by the Post show he was lounging in the back of a golf cart with his legs crossed. Newsom dressed in dark clothes and a baseball cap, joined by his wife in the front of the cart. Unclear if the former presidential candidate and ex-Secretary of State Hillary Clinton was also at the ritzy resort. I don't know. I just think if you are Gavin Newsom, you've got political aspirations, you're very much in the limelight. You've been debating guys like Ron DeSantis. You've been on with Sean Hannity on Fox News. But then again, this is the governor who said, rules for thee, but not for me. This is a guy that we have seen out dining during the pandemic at high, swanky, ritzy restaurants in L.A. where there was mask mandates for the common folk. But Gavin Newsom didn't adhere to that. Same thing when he was at the Super Bowl a few years ago at SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles, when fans inside the stadium were told to wear a mask in the 2021 NFL season. And you saw Magic Johnson and Gavin Newsom hanging out in a suite without a mask on. I was really surprised at the time that, Magic Johnson with immune system issues in his own right would not be wearing a mask with COVID. I would think that would be the smart thing to do if you believe that masks work. So I would say that's a pretty bad, tone-deaf PR disaster of a look for the very, very fraudulent governor of California. So wanted to pass those two stories along in the world of Epstein/Clinton. So from Epstein to Epps, I want to get to this because I think our audience certainly cares about a story like this. And I think a lot of our audience believes that Ray Epps was on the Fed's payroll for January 6th. I want to play you this clip. This was from Ray Epps leading up to what happened on January 6th. And then we will go through what Ray Epps has been afforded by the justice system and kind of a good break and a good, I would say it's a very beneficial break that he will be receiving later today. So let's take a trip down memory lane. Here's Ray Epps rallying up and riling up a lot of people. Take a listen.
Tomorrow, we need to go into the Capitol. Into the Capitol. What? No! Peacefully. Fed. Tomorrow, I don't even like to say it because I'll be arrested.
Well, let's not say it.
We need to go. I'll say it.
All right.
We need to go in to the Capitol.
We need to go into the Capitol. I didn't see that coming. Okay.
Monument Hill. Stop speaking. We are going to the Capitol, where our problems are. It's that direction. Please spread the word. All right.
Noted.
Okay, but one more thing.
Yeah, so can we go up there? No?
When we go in.
Are we going to get arrested if we go up there?
You don't need to get
Did
shot.
you arrest us all?
All right, that's good. I think we get the point. That's a good clip right there. So that was leading up on January 5th, the night before, and the day of. So yesterday, the news came down, if you were unaware. Ray Epps was sentenced as a federal judge, decided to give Ray Epps advanced credit for his 100 hours of community service for his, quote, honorable role in orchestrating what happened on January the 6th. So let's think about this. He's getting probation, he's getting community service, and he gets no jail time. Now, you heard in the beginning of that clip that we played for you where there were other people chanting and pointing, if you were watching on YouTube, others that were recording with a phone and recording the video believe that Ray Epps was a Fed. So let's think about this. He was never held in pretrial detention. Ray Epps was featured on 60 Minutes. He was featured in the New York Times. He walked free for over 2 years before he was ever charged with any crime. He's given a plea deal, essentially, on, I believe, one total misdemeanor count. And he attended his sentencing hearing by his phone. He didn't even have to show up. And from what I am reading now, Ray Epps' sentencing hearing was changed to a Zoom hearing that would not be seen by the public. So you add all this up and spend 0 days behind bars. This is why a lot of people truly believe that Ray Epps was a Fed. And if you recall, I don't know, did you guys watch the 60 Minutes months and months ago? I know it happened, I forget specifically when, but it happened as this show was on the air. And he was interviewed kind of like in an RV. I think he lives in an RV in a secluded location. Like, his whereabouts are not known. Like, he has basically been, I don't want to say sequestered. I don't know what the right word would be. But he's out in the middle of America, like, by himself. When you add all of this up, and one thing I have always said about everything with January 6th is all of these harsh sentences, whether you agree with them or not, and of course many of us disagree with them, it's all about setting a precedent and putting the fear of God into people that this will never happen again. And if it does, we've laid out the framework for what the punishment is, right? So of all of the people that have been charged, including the guy that we talked about months ago on this show that was basically in, what was it, like a broom closet for like 2 months, and they talked about how he had like a bucket and a bottle of water.
Yes.
So everything that we see clear as day with Ray Epps, and my guy gets off scot-free basically. Yeah, he was like graffitied somebody's garage as a 15-year-old, you know, and he got a little slap on the wrist. So I know we've talked about a lot of people. I know, Dawn, you've highlighted certain people locally in your newscasts, the Zachary Rells of the world. And last week you had somebody, was it Scranton or somebody in the middle of Pennsylvania?
Scranton.
Yeah. And, you know, we saw the guy in Jersey recently where the feds showed up in his backyard on that little farmland. So it just doesn't add up to me that certain people were given certain punishments and treated one way, whereas Ray Epps was treated like a 14-year-old that robbed a candy store.
Yeah, I look forward, to your point, to all of these investigations into a real investigation, because I do want to know why it is when people thought that the rally was going to start at 11 a.m. because it started an hour later.
Mm-hmm.
And you have all this video of this group of people who are non-Trump supporters acting like them and taking down the barricades. And the whole thing is weird and suspicious and creepy. And I think we need to get to the truth, and the truth will come out. I just hope it comes out. I hope it comes out within the next 90 days, rather than, after the next election.
Right.
Because that's what happened last time with Hunter Biden and all those stories that were suppressed, and we were oppressed and suppressed. Russia, all that nonsense. And now look at what we know today. but it was well after the election that all of that truth had come out.
Yes, and Ray Epps, of course, was asked on 60 Minutes multiple times, are you with the feds? Are you given, leniency or granted, blah, blah, blah. He's, of course, denied all of that adamantly. But there's another angle that always causes me to, look at things skeptically. When the mainstream media defends somebody, I always look at it and I'm like, So Politico has a story that came out yesterday after Ray Epps got his, quote, punishment. And the theme of the article in Politico is that Ray Epps is being smeared by conspiracy theories. So here is a guy who, let's say all the, quote, conspiracy theories are wrong. Which, by the way, a lot of conspiracy theories over the last 3 years have been accurate at times. So let's say he really was not a Fed and he was there to, do what he did on January 6th. Why would the mainstream media ever defend somebody? Every time we hear about January 6th, it was the worst day. It was worse than 9/11 and Pearl Harbor combined and all this other stuff. So the headline for Politico reads, Ray Epps, pro-Trump rioter, smeared by conspiracy theories, gets probation for role in Capitol riot. A January 6th rioter who was falsely accused by Donald Trump of being a government agent was sentenced Tuesday to a year of probation for his actions during the attack on the Capitol. The sentence of Ray Epps is more lenient than 6 months of prison time that prosecutors requested. And it marks the conclusion of one of the strangest January 6th subplots, the saga of Ray Epps, a former Oath Keeper from Arizona who was among the first pro-Trump rioters to breach police barricades and then became the target of far-right conspiracy theories. I don't know about you, but when Politico is kind of making it look like Ray Epps is being portrayed in a negative light, I mean, Politico, of all people, kind of coming to, in a weird, odd way, the defense of Ray Epps, that makes me raise a red flag or two as well. They go on to say that Epps received death threats after Republican members of Congress and conservative media spread false claims that he was an undercover agent who helped incite the Capitol riot. Those claims were even echoed by Trump, who on Tuesday sat in the same courthouse listening to arguments in one of his own criminal cases. So one of the things that I think what the mainstream media tries to do is to smear people that are critical thinkers, is when you look at all the facts and you start to add things up, I think it's just very logical and a very common sense way of looking at things. When you take 8, 9, 10 different tidbits and you put it all together and you ask yourself the simple question, does that seem plausible? Does that seem like a realistic? And if it doesn't, and if it smells a little fishy, like over the last 3.5 years, I think we have certainly earned the right to further question things of the past and moving forward. So the moment I see a mainstream media outlet kind of come to the defense and aid of Ray Epps, I'm like, again, I can't prove anything. I know as much as you guys do. I just read things and try to deduce things and arrive at a conclusion. And I'm not even adamantly saying that Ray Epps was 1,000% a Fed. I just think it's a fair question to ask, like, what actually happened here? What was this guy offered and granted? And then you look at the punishment now, 3 years later, and I think those questions are all very lucid and valid. So we'll leave that one right there. This segment brought to you by Best Work Industries for the Blind, because they are changing lives. A nonprofit organization located in Cherry Hill. Best Work Industries for the Blind provides training and employment for people who are blind or visually impaired. For employment opportunities or to donate, go to bestworkindustries.org. 9:20 Wednesday morning. Time for the Morning Mystery Movie Clip.
And now, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip on Kayal Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Then forget the baby.
I can't. It is that I don't appreciate what you're trying to do for me, but I want my brother back. He must be so scared.
Sarah. Don't defy me. You're no match for me, Sarah.
But I have to have my brother back.
He's there, in my castle.
Think you know what it is? Be caller 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Well, I gotta tell you, I have no idea what that movie is. Is that a difficult one? I think it is, unless I'm oblivious.
You should be.
Ashamed?
Yes.
I am then. I have no idea what that is.
The person in that clip died on this day in 2016.
Died on this? Okay. All right, well, if you guys know, I'm not eligible anyway, so who the hell cares? You win a pair of tickets to the Philadelphia Auto Show at the Pennsylvania Convention Center, January 13th through the 21st. For tickets and more info, visit phillyautoshow.com. Caller 12-855-839-1210. If you can identify that movie clip that does not resonate at all with me. I'm going to put my head down in shame, and we'll congratulate the winner, hopefully, on the other side. Stay right there.
Vacation?
My daughter started making necklaces. She makes what we call affirmation fashion. I tell her every day that your black is beautiful. Your black is beautiful. And if there's anything better than being beautiful, it's being smart. And if there's anything better than being smart, it's being kind. And reaffirming that every day is our method of making sure her chin never drops. My dad wasn't around, and I remember riding a bike and falling off and cutting myself, and me never just wanted to get back on it. People ask, how your children learn how to ride a bike, and you didn't? I didn't teach them. I just created an environment where they taught themselves, and all I had to do was be there.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Denis on Eagle Road in Havertown, Saturday, January 20th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Lose weight and feel great with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into the radio show Sunday at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. The IRS just rolled out a new program to help struggling taxpayers more easily resolve their tax problems. It's called the Taxpayer Relief Initiative, and it opens up powerful new options for people looking to get back on the right track with the IRS. And no one knows this program like the professionals at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution company. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients and have the expertise and experience to help you. One easy call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries of wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Make today the beginning of your fresh start with the IRS. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief now for your free confidential consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The Fed's new FedNow system is all about surveillance and control. Secure your assets today with something Washington cannot manipulate. Hi, Stephen K. Bannon, and I recommend diversifying your retirement into a physical gold IRA from Birch Gold Group. To learn more, get a free info kit by texting the word HEDGE to 989898. Do this right now. Text HEDGE to the number 989898 and get a free info kit from Birch Gold. There's no obligation or purchase required.
Message and data rates may apply.
Having repairs done in your apartment should never come with strings attached, like being harassed and constantly pressured for sexual favors.
My landlord told me my rent would be free if I gave him something in exchange.
The Fair Housing Act protects you from harassment by anyone associated with your housing, including someone making unwelcome sexual advances. If this happens to you, file a complaint with HUD. No strings attached. To learn more, visit HUD.gov/fairhousing. If you fear for your safety, call 911. A public service message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Increase your spending power in the new year with an American Heritage Credit Union Cash Rewards MasterCard. Now through January 31st, 2024, earn 3% cash back on everything you buy, including gas, groceries, restaurants, shopping, travel, and more. Go ahead and treat yourself to something extra with the cash back you earned. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/creditcards today. Insured by NCUA, Equal Opportunity Lender.
For more than 50 years, Oliver Heating and Cooling vans have been pulling up to houses like yours to customers like you. That's more than 50 years of exceptional service, of giving back to the community, of recruiting and training the best people in the industry. This family business has operated under one principle: treat our customers like family and their homes like our own. Because at Oliver Heating and Cooling, family is everything. Oliver Heating and Cooling. Peace of mind for your home and business.
Imagine it's the final game of the season, but your symptoms of irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, are making a comeback. What should you do? Keep managing your constipation with belly pain the same old way? Or try getting ahead of your symptoms by talking to your doctor about Linzess, linaclotide. Linzess is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually.
Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling.
Imagine, what could relief from IBS-C mean for you? Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Kayal and Company mornings. Rich Cioli afternoons. Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You remind me of the babe. Babe with the power. Power of voodoo. You do. Remind me of the babe. I saw my baby crying for this babe could cry. What could I do? My baby's love had gone.
9:28. Kayal and Company, Wednesday morning, as we roll on. The Dawn Show coming up at 10 o'clock. We'll find out what she has on tap in about 20 minutes. Also, who won Twitter and YouTube today? Also curious to see what the final poll results will be on our VP poll that we put up earlier this morning. 855-839-1210. Cut sheet part due coming up in a couple of minutes. Also, another story on tipping. I always love these stories when people start talking about what they'll tip for, what they won't tip for, and where our society and culture is with tipping. So we'll hit on this for a couple of minutes. But right now we have our winner. He obviously knows the correct answer that I do not. Andrew is in Drexel Hill. Andrew, good morning. What movie clip did we just play for you a few minutes ago that I have no idea about?
That is from The Labyrinth.
The Labyrinth. Oh, Bowie.
Yes.
David Bowie.
All right. Okay. Yeah, that clip did not ring a bell for me, but it doesn't matter. I'm not eligible. Andrew, congratulations. You have your tickets for the Philadelphia Auto Show between the 13th and the 21st.
Awesome. Thank you guys very much.
You got it. And thank you for listening and playing. All right. Last story of the day. Always love these, little tipping stories about the way people operate out in the real world with society and culture. But this one lady has said, she's had enough. This story courtesy of the New York Post. A woman is slamming the out-of-control tipping culture that we have created and reveals places that she will no longer leave a gratuity. She goes on to say, she's a TikToker, of course she is, right? That's where all these novel ideas come from. A TikTok user named Justice has taken to the app to rail against the culture of tipping in today's modern world, revealing a list of places where she will no longer be leaving a gratuity. She says tipping culture is out of control, the Chicago-based content creator complained in the clip, which racked up 4 million views since being posted last week. She says, this is a list of people that I'm not tipping in 2024, and I will not feel guilty about it. She goes on to say she won't be tipping for drive-through, self-service, walk-up, or to-go food orders, including frozen yogurt places or pretzel stores like Annie Ann's. By the way, the Annie Ann's pretzel is delicious. She also says she will not be tipping, absolutely will not be tipping, anybody who sets their own prices. Which that kind of leaves me scratching my head because doesn't every business in any walk of life set their prices, right?
Yeah.
Like, It's not like somebody tells you what the cost should be. Oh, that's too much or that's too little. You set whatever the market is and the demand is for your product. But she goes on to say that she's not going to be tipping drive-through, self-serve, walk-up, or to-go food orders. I actually agree with her on one of these. Anytime I order food to go, like if I go to, like my local pizza place, because now I'm at the point where with the cost of a delivery for a pizza, between the delivery charge, the tip, and the rising cost of dairy with cheese with pizza, it's like $32 for you to get away with a good tip for a delivery. So I've got like 3 pizza places less than a mile from me. So I go and I pick up my pizza to save $7 or $8. I'm not tipping for carryout for pizza. I just never.
You're not going to tip
Why?
the pizza guy who comes to your house.
I just paid
No. He's not talking about delivery.
Carry out. Carry out. Okay.
Yeah, like I walked into 2 of the local places that are in Bluebell, and if it's $25.60, I'm giving you $25.60. Like I'm not giving you a tip, considering I drove to pick up the product and then drive back home. So I'm with her on that. But, I mean, she's sitting here saying she will not be tipping for self-serve, walk-up, or drive-through. Self-serve, I get it. But drive-through, I always will give, like, the loose change or $1 and change.
Little something.
Although I have told you, at the drive-through at Starbucks for coffee, if I'm paying $5.82 for a 12-ounce coffee,
which is crazy,
which
you gotta stop that.
Which is a Nick Kale problem, no doubt about it. Like I'm not tipping you at Starbucks for that. Like when I go inside, yes, but like I'll give you the loose change. Or if it's $8.83 and I got my daughter a bagel or something, I give you a $10 bill, $1.17. Okay, I'll throw that in the jar. Like I'm a good tipper, by the way. Like but this world that we live in now, where you get minimal to average at best service, and you should just give 20% because they work on gratuity. Like, no, you work on gratuity, but you should be compensated for doing a good...
Right.
Like, this is like the DEI world. Like, people should just get jobs based on their identity. No, I shouldn't just give you a tip just because you work in the service industry. You should earn it.
Well, I'll say a couple things. Yeah, you got to quit going to the Starbucks. What about, like, Chipotle? Because all the ingredients are there, but like they have the power of, are they going to give you a big helping of guac?
Yeah, which they don't. They'll give you a big pound of lettuce, but you go skimpy on the guac, skimpy on the chicken, skimpy on the steak.
Known good tipper.
Well, so you tip at Chipotle as you go down the little line?
They have a tip jar.
They're like, give me this, give me that. Really?
We've gone. It's out of control.
Because they know you. If you go to Chipotle,
I'm not a frequent, but I go to Starbucks every Saturday and Sunday. But they don't know me. They don't recognize me.
Well,
at least I don't think
we go to the same Chipotle because I have teenagers.
Yeah.
So of course, hey Mom, can we go to Chipotle?
Wait, so how often are you going to? Are you going to like at least
once a week?
Once a week.
Yeah. So
I don't know why. I mean, if I'm standing in front of the glass window and watching you scoop the rice and then scoop the meat and then scoop the guac and the cheese and the pico, like why do I have to tip for that? I don't get. Like
that's why you get the skimpy little guac.
Like I get the waitress thing, and trust me, I do give good tips. Like my one buddy is the biggest cheapskate. His name is Mike. I grill him. Like he tries to be real coy about it. He'll flip the receipt over when we go out for drinks or whatever. And I'm like, "What'd you do? You leave a cheap tip? Let me see that." And I'll get real angry. Like I'll rip the receipt away from his claw, from his talons. I yank him right out of it. Like, let me see that. Like. You gave her $5 on a $55 tab. Don't be a bum. Give her at least 15%. Like I will, and I'm generous. Like I'll give you 15% if you are just solid, nothing exceptional. But like this idea that we just need to tip everybody, and you're like we when Kristen and the girls were up here for Christmas, 2 days after we went and we did some shopping at KOP Mall, and then we went to Miller's Ale House. And we went in there.
How is that?
It's great.
It's a solid establishment.
Yeah.
Although the hostess literally, and if my wife is listening now, she will confirm this. This guy looked like he wanted to kill everybody. Like he was just unbelievably miserable. And I probably still gave him like 10, 12%. And he was atrocious. Like he he just, follow me. Tosses the menus down, walks off. Like, it was just like one of the worst experiences. The establishment's great, but this guy was a total schlub. But, like, this whole culture of tipping everybody, it's just, like, when you're not doing the work or you're doing a mediocre job, Like, I mean, I'm sorry. I'm not getting a raise in radio if I put up mediocre ratings.
True.
This world of everybody has to get a prize, we're just living in bizarro world. So saw that story from the New York Post. Figured
We've talked a lot about this, that because I was a server. I was a waitress through J school. That's how I put myself through school and supported myself. So I do have a special place in my heart for servers, especially because I know what that's like to get stiffed. But I admittedly probably go overboard, and then my husband and I'll, like Larry, not that he's cheap. Well, sometimes he is, I think, but but he's not. But sometimes he's right. Yeah. I know he's right, like you're saying. But I guess I know what that's like to feel like you got stiff.
Plus, you guys are
people know who we are.
Yes, exactly. So when you guys go into a place and you don't tip well,
they go on social media.
Yes, 100%. So I understand, Dawn, why you do what you do, even if you weren't a waitress. And I know you're a generous person anyway, but even putting all that aside, you would still need to tip well just because you're famous. So
yeah. So people will say, even if you tip, you tip like 20%, they're like, ugh.
Wait. Who's upset with 20%?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
They'll go on. Yeah. You got to do like 20, at least 22, 23%.
I agree. I do think you need to do above 20%.
Yep.
20%, Nick, is my baseline.
Me too.
If they are atrocious.
See, Greg and I are on the same.
And they don't even, they don't bring out things or they get orders wrong. I'm still giving them 20%.
You get what you earn in this lifetime. I'm not giving out handouts.
You get what you get. You don't get upset.
But they're working for tips.
Did I tell them to work there? No, they chose to work there.
Okay,
that's your choice.
You're such an old soul.
That's a
you sound
problem.
You sound like you're 105.
Hey, I worked at Perkins in high school as a busboy, so we got schlubby. We got little scrappy tips. So I get it, but like I'm not just going to reward you because you showed up. Out of here. All right, 9:37. Let's get to what's on the cut sheet part 2.
What's on the cut sheet?
I do. By the way, the Tom Palmer on YouTube says Nick is cheap.
I am not cheap. Ask my wife. I'm way too financially loose.
What's on the cut sheet part 2 on this Wednesday is brought to you by our good friends at Holland Floor Covering. Holland Floor Covering is the region's premier flooring dealer. Family operated for over 50 years, providing exceptional service and professional installation. I'm not sure if they accept tips there at Holland Floor Covering. Visit their 2 showrooms in Wayne and Newtown. No charge samples, no obligation estimates. Learn more at hollandfloor.com. That's Holland, HOLLAND, floor.com. Thank you, hollandfloor.com, for sponsoring What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2. Let's get right to it. Fetterman, I don't know what's happening with this guy. He's all over the place. He's Invasion of the Body Snatchers. I don't know. I've said this.
It can't be him.
That if you really go back to pre-stroke, him running for Senate, he was a semi-moderate Democrat. You know what I mean? Like because that's a blue collar area that he comes from. So he appeals to the blue collar Democrats. So he was always like that. This push for progressivism, I think, happened when he started as running for Senate, and then maybe
he felt that was his path to being elected.
Exactly. So he was asked about New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez, and this is what he said about him. Cut 1, Phil, go.
Went to the Senate floor today, forcefully denied the allegations against him, and said the government is trying to manipulate the media.
He did.
What's your thoughts?
Oh, I know. Yeah, he's a victim. But hey, I've been calling for that sleazeball has to go, and I don't know why.
Wow.
We have to get rid of Santos, and we could keep somebody like him around.
He accused his colleagues, I guess that would include yourself, who called on him to resign or to leave Congress, of acting politically. What do you say to his accusation?
No, I think it's my aversion to gold bars in your mattress and over $500,000 stuffed around your house, and changing your mind about, hey, which $24,000 watch am I going to get? It's just strange. And now when you're polling at 4%, why are you hanging around at this point? You have no future. But
Chris Christie.
I can't imagine why we can keep him around.
Wow.
I'll tell you what. I mean, can we freeze it there? Phil, let's keep the freeze on Fetterman there. He's got the black hoodie, the Steelers beanie. His beard is grown out. I don't know if he's a senator or the offensive line coach for the Steelers, but he looks like he's ready to coach the Steelers-Bills game this weekend.
He does.
And I love the fact that he calls Menendez a sleazeball.
He does.
So think about this. Imagine a world where 10 years from now, John Fetterman is running as a moderate Republican for president against Chris Christie as a Democrat.
Yeah, I mean, stranger things have happened.
Dude,
right?
like, what has happened to this guy?
I don't know.
He's become, like, the most He went from, like you said, moderate, blue-collar, working-class Democrat. Then he got hijacked into the progressive left-wing radical nonsense, has a stroke, goes to Walter Reed, then he's in the office as a senator, wears a suit for a day, then goes back to wearing the Carhartt apparel, and as his brain has recovered, and he's recovered very well, actually. I mean, that clip right there, for the most part, I would say, it's 90% better than what he was about a year ago. And now all of a sudden, he just says everything that we agree with.
Yep. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. If you're watching right now, please hit the like button and please hit the subscribe button if you have not done so yet. I want to start making some pushes for subscribers, so please hit the subscribe.
Is this a
button.
tush push?
Yes. It is a tush push.
It's the Greg Stocker sucks tush push.
Speaking of Greg Stocker sucks and a tush push, Aaron Rodgers was on the Pat McAfee show yesterday, and finally, I mean, this has been played to death. That's kind of why I waited till the end to play it, but he went on an hour, and to be honest with you, like, Aaron Rodgers, I know, a lot of people agree with some of the stuff he's saying, but, like, he's just so dry and boring. Like, him explaining the Jimmy Kimmel fiasco was painful.
He's
like,
he's such a flatliner. There's no emotion to him.
Nothing. I was listening to him like, oh my God, get to the point, dude.
I actually think he hates his life. I think he's
he doesn't.
I really believe that. I think he's a lifeless. I agree with a lot of what he says here coming up, but he just looks like a miserable human being. I've given you the backdrop. Like, he doesn't talk to his family.
Yeah.
He has shunned his two brothers. He doesn't talk to his parents. There's some sort of riff, and I actually probably would think it's Aaron Rodgers' fault, to be honest, because I have met his brothers. His brothers live in Nashville. Very cool guys. I just think Aaron Rodgers is kind of a D-bag, but I agree with him here.
I'm sorry.
I don't think... here's the thing. I love the show Hard Knocks.
Mm-hmm.
If you watch that, and those producers are amazing, but if you watched Hard Knocks, you loved Aaron Rodgers. That show made you love the guy. He was so hands-on. He should be a coach, by the way. And he was just, I love him because of that show. And yeah, I like his rebellious nature. Is he a different dude? Yeah, but I like him.
Yeah. No, I think he's just got a lot of, I think he's got trust issues, to be honest.
Which
is fine.
Wait, I'm going to throw a curveball here, since there is a, we don't out him a lot, but there is a New York Jets fan on our staff right now.
Oh, that's right.
His name is Phil Almquist.
Yeah.
Phil, can you hop on the microphone right now? And as a lifelong Jets fan, can you tell me what you think? Can you tell us and
for the guy that
audience,
played 4 plays for you,
what you think of Aaron Rodgers?
Here's what I think. The fact that he's speaking, he does need to basically shut up, but I'm happy he's our quarterback if he plays more than 4 plays.
Right. As long as he doesn't rupture his Achilles.
Right. I mean, he had a horrible injury.
Yeah.
Yeah, instead of sending the Jets to the Super Bowl, he's arguing with late night hosts on an ESPN show.
Yes.
Because, okay, first of all, he made Zach Wilson so much better. The fact that he made him his Padawan and just put, I mean, that relationship and that's like amazing.
Look at Dawn breaking down the quarterback room here.
Seriously.
On Monday Morning Radio.
Phil, did he make
wonderful?
Phil, did he make Zach Wilson better?
Yes.
Did they have a better record than last year? No. So the answer is no, Dawn.
No, that's
Sorry.
not fair. I'm talking about an individual
Phil sounds
player.
like he's coming to us from East Rutherford.
I know, right? Phil is like the voice of God or something.
Yeah. Got the echo in the back.
All right, well, I ran us out of time, so we're not going to play Aaron Rodgers. He basically said, we played it in the Big Take this morning.
Okay.
So.
Okay. It's that
that's
clip.
true.
Yeah. If you missed it, go
Yeah,
back
go
and
listen.
download the Rewind app.
Go listen, you.
Yeah, and go back on YouTube.
I'm way more interested in how Jets fans feel about Aaron Rodgers having a urinating match with a hack late night host. Rather than playing and winning them a Super Bowl.
He can't play. He's got a horrible injury.
Yeah.
McAfee was ready to hit the dump button yesterday. He was standing up. He was.
He would not have been on there if he weren't so horribly injured.
Yeah. All right. Well, that'll do it for What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2. We'll come back, find out who won Twitter and YouTube today and what's on tap for The Dawn Show just 14 minutes out here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, Little Bob here. This year we're doubling down on new at Bob's Discount Furniture. So happy new year. I've got new styles like my Dylan Sectional. New ways to recharge with my Tuxedo Motion sofa. New mattresses for a new lease on life. New colors and new everyday low prices. My Calvin bedroom is just $7.99. I've even got a new look. Wait, you can't see what I'm wearing? Ah, schnickel Fritz. When you can have a new year for less, there's only one thing to say. Oh, my Bob!
Bob's Discount Furniture.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. For years I've been talking about the great work my friends Stephanie and Matt and the entire team at Emmons have done for me and my home. Well, now Emmons can bring that same quality of work to all of your kitchen and bathroom remodeling needs. Emmons Roofing has really become the one-stop shop for all your roofing, siding, windows, solar, and now baths and kitchens. Trust the team at Emmons just like we did. They remodeled our kitchen and our bathroom in our former house, and we were so happy with the work they did. Do you have a property at the shore? Have the team at Emmons come out and take a look at the roof now. Small winter leaks can lead to big, costly repairs when the warm weather hits. So call 856-556-3229. Call today for a free estimate online at emmonsroofing.com or visit the Emmons Design Showroom in Cherry Hill. That's emmonsroofing.com. Be sure to tell them I sent you. Remember, for 6 years, I've been using Emmons on every project in my home. Excellent results, outstanding people. emmonsroofing.com.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-514-1020. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-514-1026 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-514-1026 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-514-1026.
If the cold weather has you thinking it's finally time to replace those old drafty windows and doors, then there is no better time than now to make your home more energy efficient while taking advantage of Guida's big winter sales event. The great people at Guida Door and Window are extending their big winter sale through the month of January by offering 40% off every window and door you buy. That's right, receive 40% off each expertly installed energy-efficient replacement window, which also includes free high-performance low-E glass. And if you're in need of a new door, you receive 40% off any door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. You can also take advantage of Guida's interest-free financing or low monthly payment plans to get your project started with no money out of pocket. This offer's for a limited time only, so you must act quickly. If your home needs new windows or doors, call the expert at Guida today. Schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Westchester University with a special book signing on January 26 with Glenn MacNow and Ray Dittinger.
If folks have not seen the newly constituted show, he brought in this whole musical component with a full orchestra. It's really good. His daughter Casey's part of it, his brother's part of it. They can rock it, boy. So you got all the music, plus you got all the comedy. It's a great night.
See Conklin at Westchester University, January 26 and 27, and at the Broadway Theater in Pitman, New Jersey on February 24th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! Hey, it's John Ritchie. If you're in the restaurant, hospitality, or casino business and your point of sale system isn't helping you sell more, earn more, or work less, you need to talk to my friends at PDQ Signature Systems. PDQ has everything you need for success, including enhanced mobile reporting, direct integration to delivery apps, 24/7 customer service, and so much more. Whether you have a single location restaurant or thousands of locations, Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ can help. Visit pdqpos.com.
Hey, neighbor, what you up to?
Just getting the groundwork done to put in my new patio.
Oh, cool. Did you contact Pennsylvania One Call System to check for underground utilities first?
Nah, there's nothing but dirt back here.
Whoa, hey, man, are you okay?
Hey, did you guys lose power too? Love that new hair color, Bill.
Yeah, your hair's totally white now.
Maybe I should contact Pennsylvania One Call.
Well, that's the smartest thing you've said all day.
Know what's below. Contact 811 before you dig or visit pa1call.org to submit a locate request to have underground utilities marked.
This new year, it's time to finally lose that weight the safe and natural way with NJ Diet. Their results are nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. With NJ Diet, you will lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. Contractually guaranteed. NJ Diet uses your hair and saliva along with bioenergetic scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements that get your body into the fat-burning zone. Then, NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help you keep the weight off. Don't take shots the rest of your life. Lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. Naturally, quickly, and safely with NJ Diet. No hormones, no prepackaged foods, no shots. You even get the doctor's personal email and phone number. Call 855-5NJ-DIET. 855-5NJ-DIET or schedule your consult today at njdiet.com. That's njdiet.com.
Hey, Audubon. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
9:54, Kayal and Company, as we put a bow on a Wednesday show, the Dawn Show, 6 minutes out, and we find out what she has lined up for the top of the hour this morning.
Yeah, so we're going to update you on everything that's happening today. There's a lot breaking on Capitol Hill, a lot of Donald J. Trump news, as well as the candidacy, so we'll wrap all of that up. And we'll talk about these powerful storms moving through and work our way through that with all the breaking news as well. Coming up about 10:05, we're going to talk to Beth Ann Rossica, PhD in education, somebody who was a longtime Democrat and turned Republican or more conservative, and that was during COVID, and really battled school districts. She's somebody, again, a PhD in education. So Dr. Beth, she's going to join us. She's evaluating some of the suburban schools and looking at equity education and how that's working out for everybody.
Let me guess, they're replacing honors classes for equity?
So she's got her full evaluation going on. And then what about your brain health? So we'll look at brain health. How's your brain in 2024? So we'll talk to our friend Lee Richardson coming up in the 11 a.m. hour. There's so much happening. We'll break it all down. I am going to continue this conversation of the VP, who's the best VP moving forward.
Good.
So I'll take that on as well.
And when you have that brain conversation, maybe that guy can analyze Fetterman's brain, because his brain has come back together.
Right, this is true.
It's funny you say that.
On Twitter.
I'm going to go with Ann Conroy on YouTube for first. She says that she thinks that the stroke reset his brain.
It could very well be.
Maybe it did.
Yeah,
Right?
the new year, you get a hard reset, right?
Absolutely. Ann Conroy wins YouTube, and then
on Twitter.
Twitter, I'm going to go with Joe Walker. I agree with this. I endorse this tweet 1 bajillion %. He's calling you out, Nick, for not knowing the movie Labyrinth. He says, and you claim that you should be a member of Gen X. Massive fail. Absolutely.
I'll stay with the millennials then.
Absolutely.
Okay.
You and your millennials and Gen Z cannot watch Labyrinth.
I thought I was an asset for Gen X, but I'll just stay in the millennial group.
Yeah, as well you should.
Okay.
Right.
That'll do it for us. Have a great rest of your Wednesday. Stay dry. The Dawn Show is next, and we're back tomorrow morning at 6, as John Fetterman would say.
Good night, everybody. Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Westchester University with a special book signing on January 26th with Glenn MacNow and Ray Dittinger.
If folks have not seen the newly constituted show, he brought in this whole musical component with a full orchestra. It's really good. His daughter Casey's part of it, his brother's part of it. They can rock it, boy. So you got all the music, plus you got all the comedy. It's a great night.
See Conklin at Westchester University January 26 and 27, and at the Broadway Theater in Pitman, New Jersey on February 24th. For tickets, go to Joe Conklin.